67.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Harsh Trivedi from Republic TV. Ma'am, my question is to Sujata ma'am. Ma'am, can some clarity be given on aviation turbine fuel? What is our situation there? Are we in a comfortable position since carriers including Air India and other operators have started adding fuel surcharge?
Hello ma'am, this is Pushpita from New Indian Express. So a few days ago, preferably in the last week, I think Bangladesh, Sri Lanka and Maldives have requested for diesel and fuel from India. Has India taken any call, like if we will be exporting to them? And also IOCL and Hindustan Petroleum in talks with Canadian firm for LPG procurement. By when can we expect some details on that?
मैं लक्ष्मण CNBC आवाज से एक सवाल सुजाता मैम आपके लिए कि जिस तरीके से इंडियन क्रूड बास्केट की प्राइसेस $140 पार कर चुकी है, इस प्राइस प्रेशर को गवर्नमेंट कैसे मैनेज कर रही है? और एक सवाल रणधीर जायसवाल सर आपके लिए है कि ऑल्दो इंडिया नेटो का मेंबर नहीं है, लेकिन नेटो को लेके यूएस प्रेसिडेंट ने जिस तरीके से अपनी नाराजगी जताई है, क्या भारत सरकार ने इसको संज्ञान लिया है?
हाँ, 234 फिर क्वेश्चंस ले लेते हैं.
My question is to Mr. Rajesh Kumar Sinha. Sir, yesterday you had said that you would give us details commodity-wise of how much volume is stuck in the 22 vessels that are stranded there, crude, LNG and LPG.
हाँ, स्टार्ट करिए.
If I could add one more question that is addressed to Mr. Jaiswal. When we are negotiating the return of ships from the Strait of Hormuz, and in our talks with Iran, do we have a priority as to which commodities would come first and which follow?
So the first question was about aviation turbine fuel. We have sufficient stocks of aviation turbine fuel, and no price increase has been done by the oil marketing companies. Regarding procurement by HPCL, this is a commercial data and it is sensitive also, so it will not be appropriate for me to comment on this here. Regarding exports to different companies, I will say देश हित सर्वोपरि है, and first the domestic demand has to be met, and after that, if we have surplus, the decision can be taken by the appropriate authorities. Crude basket, yes, it is very rightly said. Crude basket, हमारा crude procurement price has increased. International price has increased, so it is impacting us also. But till now, there is no increase in the prices of petrol and diesel. Thank you.
Viewers, this was an inter-ministerial meet, an oil briefing by the Ministry of External Affairs, Shipping and Ports, and also, so we're looking at Sujata Sharma leading from the front, the Petroleum and Gas Ministry that has been at the fore of this all. In fact, today for the first time, they took the cognizance of commercial LPG supply, though they have asked people to continue with online bookings and to shift to PNG as soon as possible. In fact, viewers, now keeping on to the war that's ongoing in West Asia, the Israeli Defense Forces have now said that they have completed a precision strike across targets inside Lebanon on Hezbollah targets. Now remember, Israel's war is a two-fronted war, not just against Iran, it's also against all of Iran's proxy allies, the main one being Hezbollah, deep inside Lebanon, in Beirut especially. Now, the IDF has conducted strikes targeting various Hezbollah targets. This also comes after Hezbollah rained down missiles on Israeli territories, and the IDF retaliated in swift, precise strikes. Now, the IDF had identified early preparations and initiated a wave of strikes to disrupt the terrorist organization's preparation. In fact, they have said that this included preventive strikes on launchers, weapons storage sites, and operational command centers. In fact, IDF remains put on their resolve. They've said that with the beginning of the attacks on Hezbollah, the IDF has now rapidly identified and struck launchers and various operation centers that fired projectiles aimed at Israel. Now, also remember, this is happening deep inside southern Lebanon. In fact, this comes at a time when the French envoy has also flagged that Lebanon cannot sit for dialogue with Hezbollah if Israel and Hezbollah continue to exchange strikes and counterstrikes amid the rising escalations in West Asia. So no space for dialogues as a retaliation, attacks and counterattacks continue amid Hezbollah and the Israeli Defense Forces. Viewers, now completely shifting focus and tracking another breaking development that we're getting at this hour. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces have said that it has completed an attack. It has brought an entire attack to a full circle. Now, this comes after an airstrike car can be seen. This is the visuals. This is the visual of a car which was struck by the Israeli Defense Forces in Lebanon. Now, remember, right what we were talking about, Israel's aggression against Hezbollah. Israel has been targeting Hezbollah hideouts, their targets inside Lebanon. But this is a picture of a car which was struck by the Israeli Defense Forces inside Lebanon. Now, this comes after Israel conducted airstrikes on southern Lebanon. And here is a fresh video of a car set ablaze in the city of Sidon. Viewers, now these are the visuals of the burning car on your screens after the Israeli Defense Forces struck Lebanon. Now, keeping on to what's happening in the war diplomatically, US President Donald Trump started the West Asia war, and as the tensions continue to climb, he has now shifted his focus onto another target, and this time it's going to be Cuba. He said that he is going to go after Cuba. In fact, he also said that the country is a weak one with a weak leadership, and this will be the perfect time to strike Cuba. Take a look at what the US president had to say about now invading Cuba next.
Donald Trump escalated his rhetoric against Cuba, claiming he expected the honor of taking Cuba in some form and asserting that he can do anything he wanted with the island nation.
I think Cuba, I don't know, in its own way, if tourism and everything else, it's a beautiful island, great weather. They're not in a hurricane zone, which is nice for a change, They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week. But I think Cuba's the end. All my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah.
The US president also said that Cuba is a weakened nation and with very violent leaders. His statements were backed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, stating that the Cuban governmental system have to change dramatically.
Their economy doesn't work. It's a non-functional economy. It's an economy that has survived. That revolution, it's not even a revolution, that thing they have, has survived on subsidies from the Soviet Union and now from Venezuela. They don't get subsidies anymore, so they're in a lot of trouble. And the people in charge, they don't know how to fix it. So they have to get new people in charge.
Meanwhile, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel has responded strongly against these remarks, saying any external aggression will be responded with an impregnable resistance. Cuba is reeling from repeated nationwide blackout as its electrical grid collapsed amid a harsh US oil blockade in the country, deepening its economic crisis and political tensions with the US. While these threats stem from decades of US sanctions and mutual enmity, the recent statements come as geopolitical tensions escalate alongside the conflict in Iran. Previously, Donald Trump said a deal would be made very easily with Cuba, while saying the focus right now is on Iran.
A third crude tanker carrying crude oil for India, Jagladki, has successfully docked at the Mundra port. We're getting you all the details on the best news possible right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Third Indian-flagged crude oil tanker Jagladki successfully arrives at the Mundra port.
The government regarding the census. Any comment on these areas of sudden exploring the state by the NIA, sir?
Hemchand Singh shrugs off from cameras as Republic asks him to comment regarding the arrest of 7 foreign nationals by the NIA. In another big blow to Congress ahead of polls, former Assam Congress leader Pradyut Bordloi joins BJP in presence of Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma. TVK decides to go solo, announces it will contest Tamil Nadu elections independently across all 234 assembly seats. Death toll in Palam fire rises to 9, including multiple children. Several are still feared trapped. Rescue operations underway for the 5th hour. Iran rejects de-escalation. Iran launches 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of security chief Larijani. Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to another breaking development that we're tracking from the Assam polls. Now, the NDA has finalized the seat-sharing deal in Assam polls. The NDA has now completely finalized the seat-sharing deals that we're looking at in Assam elections. Now remember, this also comes as multiple defections are seen from the Congress party, leaders leaving and joining the BJP. And the latest that we're learning is now that in the Assam elections, the NDA has finalized its seat-sharing deal. Elections. Now the NDA has managed to finalize its seat-sharing deal as the Assam polls close in. In fact, joining us live from Guwahati is my colleague Aniruddha to get us more updates on the matter. Aniruddha, speak to us about the NDA's recent move. You know, they have finalized the seat-sharing. So talk to us about the details of the matter. Aniruddha.
Yes, the seat-sharing arrangement between the NDA parties, that is AZP, BJP and and the BPF has been finalized, and as per the seat sharing deals, the BJP will be contesting in 89 seats, whereas the largest regional political party, that is Ahom Gana Porikot, who is an ally of the BJP since long, will be contesting in 26 seats across Assam, and the BPF will be contesting in 11 seats. The dynamics that the NDA has clicked with the BPF is very interesting, keeping in view that there are two political parties which are part of NDA in Assam, particularly from the BTAD area. The UPPL as well as the BPF had been part of the NDA, but the seat sharing arrangement has been finalized with the BPF and not UPPL, as far as the arrangement that has been disclosed by Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma is concerned. And as per the arrangement that has been declared in some seats, there might be friendly contest between the BJP and the SGP, but that is yet to be ascertained, and it will be ascertained only when the candidates list of both the constituent parties of NDA will be taking out the list. As far as the information that has been accessed by us, the BJP is set to release its first and complete list of candidates today evening, and Ahom Gana Porikot has also announced that some of the seats have been finalized where the party president, the working president, will be contesting, or where already an announcement has been made, but the official list is yet to be out. And once the official list is out, then it will be very clear as in how many seats the BJP and the Ahom Gana Porikot will be having a friendly contest. But yes, the arrangement, the seat sharing arrangement has been finalized, and as per the arrangement that has been announced, 89 seats where the BJP will be contesting. There are 26 seats where the Ahom Gana Porikot will be contesting, and the BPF, that is Bodoland's People Party, will be contesting in 11 seats. Studio.
Right, Anuruddha, thanks for getting us those details. In fact, now viewers quickly shifting focus and tracking what's happening in the war that's ongoing in West Asia. Now, the war against Iran has resulted in Tehran weaponizing the Strait of Hormuz. The global oil supply now has a gatekeeper. Iran has made it very clear that vessels of the US, Israel and its allies will not be allowed to move across the narrow. But first, before delving into this story, let's cut across to the visuals that are coming in fresh from Tehran of their National Security Council Secretary Ali Larijani's funeral. Now remember, the Israeli Defense Forces struck Ali Larijani. There was contention whether or not he was killed in the strikes, and today, early morning, in fact, last evening, that confirmation was received. These are the visuals of the funeral of one of the top chiefs of Iranian security apparatus being laid to rest. Look at the number of people raising Iranian flags, standing right next to their regime, marching right behind the regime. Now remember, Ali Larijani's assassination was one of the most momentous moments of this war after the killing of the now slain Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who was killed in preemptive strikes by the US and Israel. And after that, they also came for Ali Larijani, one of the key faces in Iranian security apparatus. And also, viewers, very important to remember, he was last spotted at the Quds rally that was ongoing in Tehran. In fact, that very rally was also struck by Israel. However, Ali Larijani made it out alive. Now, in the recent most attack, Ali Larijani, the national security chief of Iran, was killed. Along with him, two top military commanders of the IRGC and the Iranian army were also killed. These are the visuals of the funeral that we're getting in from Tehran. Ali Larijani being put to rest with full state honors. The number of people that have surrounded the coffin, that is testament to the fact that the regime is far from being over. Now remember, Ali Larijani, his son was also killed as part of the same strikes. In fact, he was one of the key figures when it came to denouncing Moshtaba Khamenei taking over as the next supreme leader. Now he was also locking heads with the US President Donald Trump, where he had warned Trump to look out before he's eliminated too. Now that is Ali Larijani. In fact, for more updates, we're being joined by my colleague Ishita Mitra to get us updates onto the ongoing funeral. Ishita, speak to us about what's happening in Tehran.
Right, of course, we're looking at a respectable farewell now being given for the National Security Chief of Iran, Ali Larijani. You can see a sea of people, in fact, have gathered right now in the capital city of Iran, Tehran, where they are standing together in their sorrow as they bid farewell to Ali Larijani. Now, it's a big blow, in fact, for Iranian leadership. He was killed yesterday in the strikes conducted by Israel, pinpointed strikes, in fact, in which two leaders were taken out, not just Ali Larijani, but also the Basij unit commander, Soleimani, was also killed along with his entire brigade. So a major blow in terms of the vacuum that's now going to come in the leadership of Iran, because we have seen right after Khamenei was killed, it was Ali Larijani who was looking after the IRGC operations in Iran. He was coordinating all of the attacks that were taking place across the Gulf nations. So a big blow. And today, as Iranians bid farewell to their security chief, Ali Larijani, you can see the visuals on your screen how they've come together to give him a respectable farewell. They're calling him a martyr, somebody who sacrificed his life for the Iranian cause. And now they've gathered together to give him a respectable farewell, to bid him farewell in the capital city of Tehran, as they now mourn together, in fact, the death of their security chief, Ali Larijani. Now, remember these visuals, viewers, on your screen. As you can see, a sea of people had gathered. It's also a message that they're sending out to Israel as well as the United States, who have called out Iranians to go and come together on the streets and overthrow their government. It's a message in contradiction to what the US and Israel have been anticipating with regards to a revolution that could come in against the Ayatollah regime. We are looking at exactly the opposite kind of narrative now emerging out of Tehran. A sea of people, in fact, have gathered in Tehran to bid farewell to Ali Larijani, a leader that they consider sacrificed his life for the cause of Iran's motive against US and Israel. So what essentially, it's a message now being sent out as Iranians mourn together the death of Ali Larijani, somebody who's looking after the IRGC operation, saying that they stand together. We have seen, there was a message put up by Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel just yesterday, asking Iranians that Israel is looking after the skies, come together, celebrate and stand against the Ayatollah regime. But these visuals stand in complete contradiction to what US President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have been saying so far. They've been calling out Iranians to come on the streets and overthrow their government. But these visuals where you see hundreds have gathered in the capital of Iran to bid their farewell, to pay a respectable farewell to Ali Larijani, a leader who was closely linked with the IRGC, somebody who was a right man, in fact, of Ayatollah Khamenei. So it does seem that these visuals are now sending a powerful message to United States. Back to you, Gesu.
Yeah, stay with us, Ishita. In fact, let's have a conversation as we stay with the pictures coming out of Tehran. This neighborhood of Iran, where Ali Larijani was at his daughter's residence along with his son, and that's when those Israeli strikes took him down along with his bodyguards, his deputy, and many others. He was head of the Iranian Supreme National Security Council and effectively the national security advisor. He was politically powerful. He guided Iran's nuclear and security policy, like most national security advisors do. And in the post-Khamenei era, he was even more powerful. In fact, as someone who had worked closely with Ayatollah Khamenei, he was against the elevation of Khamenei's son Mujtaba as the next Ayatollah or the supreme leader, on the grounds that the senior Khamenei had opposed Mujtaba's elevation, or Mujtaba's gliding into the role of supreme leader after his own death. So in that sense, Larijani provided both a continuity as also a break. It's surprising that the Israelis and the Americans decided to go after him and kill him. Till September last year, in fact, he was being toyed as a replacement of Ayatollah Khamenei himself in the eyes of the Americans, in the back-channel dialogue that was taking place. Okay, we have a guest with us, joining us on this conversation broadcast, even as we stay with these pictures. Ishita was right. These are strong. These pictures send a strong message of people's support, or continuing people's support to the government in Tehran, to the regime in Tehran, and that this is anything but regime change. This is actually support, a strong support coming in for the present leadership and the people coming out in these big numbers in the streets and squares of Tehran, even as the funeral of Ali Larijani, the last journey of Ali Larijani goes through the thoroughfares of Tehran. We are joined in by Lieutenant General Asit Mistry. He's a defense expert. And very good afternoon to you, General Mistry, and my question is, going by these pictures, regime change looks even more distant.
Good afternoon to you. Yes, most certainly, regime change looks quite a distance from here, and this is a strong message of defiance. This is a message of defiance by the people, and therefore the question of regime change remains, like a mirage. And Larijani, as you know, was pivotal to the resistance of Iran right from January. In fact, he was the de facto man controlling all activities of the government in terms of handling the crowds and in terms of the rebellion, as also the resistance to the offensive by the Americans and the Israelis.
All right. Thank you so much, General Mistry, for joining us with those, with that perspective. And for now, we are coming out of these pictures, powerful pictures, nevertheless, from Tehran, of people's support to the present regime and the government, and of course, outpouring of grief on the killing of Ali Larijani, whose last journey is there in these pictures. Moving on, but staying with war, and the saber rattling that seems to be happening on the issue of Cuba. Is Cuba next? Is the question, given the kind of comments that have come from President Trump last evening, in which he has said that maybe he can take Cuba whenever he wants. A beautiful island there and more real estate. Now Cuba has responded, and the Cuban response is coming in from their leader, who has said that U.S. would face unbreakable resistance if it tries to take over if they try to take over the island nation. And remember, it's a communist regime there, and there is a nationwide electricity grid failure or blackout that's going on. And we have a statement attributed to Miguel Diaz-Canel. He's the president of Cuba and first secretary of the Communist Party of Cuba. And there you see him in pictures. If there's a soundbite, can we play that? Miguel Diaz-Canel. Okay, we have. Let's listen to him. Okay, so the Cuban president hitting back at President Trump for dragging in Cuba. Remember, earlier we had the Americans taking out Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Then the Americans went after Iran, eliminated Ayatollah Khamenei and rest of the leadership. And now Cuba being mentioned. Cuban leadership, of course, responding like any leadership would when their sovereignty is challenged. Moving on, the US President Donald Trump, like we mentioned, is now eyeing Cuba, saying that the island nation is next. And he's made a series of claims on the same, the last being last evening. If we have a soundbite, let's listen to it.
Donald Trump escalated his rhetoric against Cuba, claiming he expected the honor of taking Cuba in some form, and asserting that he can do anything he wanted with the island nation.
I think Cuba, in its own way, if it, tourism and everything else. It's a beautiful island, great weather. They're not in a hurricane zone, which is nice for a change, They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week. But I think Cuba's seen the end. All my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah.
The US president also said that Cuba is a weakened nation and with very violent leaders. His statements were backed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, stating that the Cuban governmental system have to change dramatically.
Their economy doesn't work. It's a non-functional economy. It's an economy that has survived. That revolution, it's not even a revolution, that thing they have, has survived on subsidies from the Soviet Union and now from Venezuela. They don't get subsidies anymore, so they're in a lot of trouble. And the people in charge, they don't know how to fix it. So they have to get new people in charge.
Meanwhile, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel has responded strongly against these remarks, saying any external aggression will be responded with an impregnable resistance. Cuba is reeling from repeated nationwide blackout as its electrical grid collapsed amid a harsh US oil blockade in the country, deepening its economic crisis and political tensions with the US. While these threats stem from decades of US sanctions and mutual enmity, the recent statements come as geopolitical tensions escalate alongside the conflict in Iran. Previously, Donald Trump said a deal would be made very easily with Cuba, while saying the focus right now is on Iran.
All right, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in fact, is of Cuban descent, and perhaps he's egging on the Trump administration and the president himself for going to Cuba next after they are done with Iran, of course, which does not seem like way anytime soon. But moving on, staying with the war, American Fifth Fleet at Bahrain, their headquarters, has suffered some damage after Iranian drone strikes. These are pictures coming in of damage at the U.S. Naval Support Facility of the Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain. These seem like targeted drone strikes or missile strikes in Bahrain and at the U.S. Naval base of the Fifth Fleet. Remember, the Bahrain Emirate hosts the headquarters of the Fifth Fleet of the U.S. Navy. And these pictures are of some damage caused by Iranian strikes. All right, moving on, staying with the war. A major rift is emerging within the Western alliance, it seems. US President Donald Trump has launched a sharp attack on NATO and his allies, accusing them of refusing to support American military operations against Iran. In a strongly worded statement, Trump said most NATO countries have declined to get involved despite backing Washington's stance that Iran must not acquire nuclear weapons, calling NATO a one-way street. Trump questioned the alliance's relevance, saying the U.S. spends billions protecting its partners but receives little support in return, a position Trump has maintained since his first term. Take a look.
U.S. President Donald Trump has lashed out at NATO, saying most allies have declined to support American military operations against Iran. In a strongly worded post on his Truth Social, Trump called NATO a one-way street, claiming the U.S. spends billions protecting allies who failed to stand by it in times of need. He also asserted that the U.S. does not need NATO's help, pointing to what he described as America's decisive military success against Iran.
Well, no, I just think that it's not good for a partnership when they say what you're doing is a great thing, but we're not going to help.
Trump's remarks come as several European nations, including France, have refused to join military operations, instead pushing for diplomacy. The reluctance stems from fears of a wider conflict and the risk to global energy supplies, especially with tensions escalating in the Strait of Hormuz. The latest comments highlight deepening cracks within the Western alliance as Iran conflict tests unity between the US and its traditional partners.
All right, moving on. Iran has rejected any suggestion that it's willing to de-escalate now that it has lost at least 2 rungs of leadership, the latest being Ali Larijani. Coming up after a short break on the other side.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है. ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू. नहीं तो फोन तो करा जी. अरे अनुसरण होगा. हो गया. तुमचा कुणाल गेला तुमचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे गाडी मागवा.
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरी राजा मसाला.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है. ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू. नहीं तो फोन तो करा जी. अरे अनुसरण होगा. हो गया. तुमचा कुणाल गेला तुमचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे गाडी मागवा.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है.
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. ड्राई फ्रूट और दो ही बड़े। चंकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, everyday.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। अनुसरी होगा।
Between Afghanistan and Pakistan is, by all accounts, intensifying. And while war is supposed to be carried out between combatants, the cowardly Pakistan has decided to attack civilians, which include a drug rehabilitation hospital. They have killed 400 people in an airstrike in Kabul. This is exactly and happening just a few days after the Americans, who are Pakistan's closest allies, have attacked and killed 173 schoolgirls in Manipur in Iran. Emboldened by what Trump has done, the Pakistanis have attacked a hospital. This is a very, very serious crime of war. They owe an explanation to the people across the world. They say they are targeting TTP hideouts, that is hideouts of the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. This was not a terrorist training camp. This was just a hospital. The most cowardly thing that anyone can do. But what else would you expect of Asif Munir?
And we get you our top headlines at this hour. Third Indian flagged crude oil tanker successfully arrives at Mundra port.
What's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the areas of foreign by the NIA, sir?
Chief Minister Khemchand Singh shrugs off from camera as Republic asks him to comment regarding the arrest of 7 foreign nationals by NIA. In another big blow to the Congress ahead of polls, former Assam Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi joins BJP in the presence of Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. TVK decided to go solo, announces it will contest Tamil Nadu elections independently across all 234 assembly seats. Death toll in Palam fire rises to 9. Children, several are still feared trapped. Rescue operations underway for the 5th hour. And Iran rejects de-escalation. Israel launches 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of security chief. Good evening. Welcome to Republic. I'm Ridhum and our top focus is going to be Republic has accessed the 14-page court order of foreign mercenaries who have been arrested. It says the mercenaries supplied weapons, insurgent groups given terrorist hardware. The mercenaries trained armed groups. They were also in touch with terrorists armed with AK-47. Let me go across to our colleagues who are now joining us on the story. Sarthak is joining us from the capital. We've also got Linthoy joining us from Imphal and Anirudh from Guwahati. And as this continues, I'm going to first go across to Sarthak, who's joining us from the capital. Sarthak, Republic has accessed the 14-page court order. What does it say?
Well, Rhythm, exactly. We have accessed the court order, the remand order that was passed by the Patiala House Court here in New Delhi 2 days ago. This is something that Republic has gained exclusive access to. Well, the court order says that these accused, the 7 accused who have been taken into custody by NIA, which includes 1 US national and 6 Ukrainian nationals, the court has given them in police custody for 11 days. The court believes that there is a reason, enough reason and enough evidence provided by NIA that there is a prima facie case on conspiracy and some terror link operations being conducted by these 7 accused, and therefore this case specifically involves national security, and it's an important issue that has to be investigated by NIA on that specific ground. The court has given them in 11 days of police custody. What we know of so far, the arguments that were put forth by NIA in this particular matter was that there are total 14 people who have entered into India illegally. They entered as tourists into the border regions of the country, and somehow they were traveling to Myanmar. So they were traveling from Europe through India, through Mizoram or Manipur, and then they were traveling to Myanmar. They were involved in terror, in providing drone facilities and drone trading programs to some groups in Myanmar. And these drones not only included surveillance testing and surveillance facilities, but they were also being trained on warfare, how to conduct these drones for warfare activities. So this is a huge development that has taken place so far. We have the exclusive access of the court order. The FIR shows that there were weapons being supplied. These terror groups were being provided AK-47. These 7 accused had access to these weapons, and there is a lot more to be investigated by NIA at this point. And on that specific ground, Patiala House Court here in New Delhi has given these accused to NIA on 11 days of police custody. Back to you.
All right, I want to also, Sarthak, tell all our viewers that we've got the maximum coverage on the story. We have Linthoy joining us from Imphal. We have Anirudh joining us from Guwahati. And as I introduce all of you, I want you to stay with us. We're also, viewers, going to take a look at who the foreign mercenary under scanner is. Matthew Van Dyke from Baltimore, who was arrested by the NIA. He entered restricted areas in Mizoram, crossing into Myanmar without authorization and alleged engagement with insurgent-linked groups. He also reportedly failed a CIA polygraph test in the past, allegedly denied multiple times by Iraqi forces between 2008 and 2010. And that's what we're trying to show you, Matthew. Who is Matthew that we've been trying to unravel, trying to understand? We take you through the details of the foreign mercenary under the scanner. This person has denied multiple times and he's failed a CIA polygraph test. He was arrested because of entry into restricted zones in Mizoram, crossed into Myanmar without authorization. I want to now also go across in Imphal to Linthoy, who's joining us. Linthoy, there is a clear 8-minute videos and mercenaries training videos. What are you picking up from Imphal? What are you picking up from your sources about the possible reason? And what sort of terrorist activity were these people involved in?
Yeah, despite the seriousness of the case, authorities in Mizoram and Manipur have not disclosed any official information so far regarding the arrest or any possible local connection. So there has been no statement yet from the state government or security agencies. For now, much of the information remains under wraps, and we are still waiting for clarity from Mizoram and Manipur government. Mizoram and Manipur shares a very long and sensitive border with Myanmar, and on September 1st, the drone bombing was reported in Manipur. So the terrorist connection might be so sure with the Manipur drone bombing. So it is the NIA to investigate about it, and it is the state authorities and the security agencies to release an official information about this. Back to you.
Okay, before I do this, let me also tell our viewers, Republic has also accessed the 8-minute mercenary training video. On camera, you can see the training of mercenaries in Myanmar. Armed foreign mercenaries taking on Janta. Training was given in an undisclosed location in Myanmar. AK-47 drones training given to insurgent groups. This is on camera. Investigations are finding that the group is provided pre-scheduled trainings in drone warfare assembly and jamming technology to ethnic armed organizations fighting the military junta in Myanmar. I want to on this also go across to my colleague Anirudh. But first I want to go across to our Deputy Executive Editor Shravan Sen, who's now joining us on this. Shravan, it's very clear that these suspects arrived in India on tourist visas. They traveled to Assam, they entered Mizoram. They are linked to ethnic armed groups, and investigation has found there was training being done. Support was being given to proscribed groups. What are you picking up from your sources?
Well, in fact, Rhythm, all this while, we thought that this was only about foreign mercenaries entering India and thereafter illegally crossing over to Myanmar to basically train ethnic armed insurgent groups there. But it now turns out that it is not just about training in Myanmar. The security concern is that there is a direct link with India-based insurgent groups, the links between foreign mercenaries and insurgent groups in India. And that's the reason why the cause of concern, it's a cause of concern. And more importantly, if you actually go through the 14-page court order in which there is a clear mention of the fact why the National Investigation Agency essentially believes that a thorough investigation is required. In fact, I'm given to understand that earlier today, CERT-IN has also been roped in, and the mobile phones of the accused is now being examined. Now, the reason why it is becoming a cause of concern for the security agencies is because of the direct link of these foreign mercenaries with the India-based insurgent groups. And not just that, it is also about weapon handling and training that has been given to these insurgent groups. Now, what we do not know is the insurgent groups, which are the insurgent groups that they have been in touch with. But there is a clear mention of the fact that these foreign mercenaries have been in touch, quote unquote, with terrorists armed with AK-47s. And that, I would say, is the biggest takeaway from the court order that has been accessed. And not just that, National Investigation Agency sources also indicating that this is at a preliminary stage, the investigation that has been carried out, because they say that the surveillance was being carried out for quite some time. In fact, they were aware that the foreign mercenaries had landed in India, and their surveillance was being carried out all through this period that they were in India. When they landed in Guwahati, from Guwahati they had actually gone to Mizoram, that too without permit, and finally from Manipur is where they entered Myanmar. All this while, I'm given to understand that Rhythm, they were under the surveillance of the security agencies. It is only when they had returned, that's when the action was actually taken, because the security agencies wanted to basically document their exact role, their role of providing training to insurgent groups and ethnically armed groups in Myanmar. All of that, once it was documented by the central agencies, once they had returned to India from 3 different locations where these arrests have been made. One was in the national capital, the other happened to be in Lucknow, and the third was in Kolkata. And the other big concern is also about the group of Ukrainians who had come in. It is not just the 6 Ukrainians. What we do not know is that the full group of Ukrainians who had come, 16 of them, I'm given to understand, were given tourist visas, and they were here in India. What happened to the rest is something that we still do not know.
Do stay on with us. We're also going to go across to Anirudh to get a sense about what's been happening. Anirudh, it's very clear on camera, the training of mercenaries has been seen. The training that they were giving the association that Shravan is mentioning with the EAGs are associated. These are anti-India insurgent groups. What are you picking up from your sources on how they entered, how they started training, and particularly the American citizen Matthew Aaron Van Dyke? He's a known military contractor and founder of certain organizations like Sons of Liberty International.
Multiple routes which they had used to infiltrate through India into Myanmar, and thereby they not only imparted training on arms uses and operation of arms, but also on high-end warfare like using of drone, and also modifying the drones to enable them to drop bombs whether in the army establishments in Myanmar or also in civilian areas in Manipur when the ethnic conflict was at its peak. Most of these mercenaries who had entered through India, they came here at the guise of missionaries, but they were clearly having no visa for participation in religious practices. They came here under the disguise of missionaries. They went to meet people in the border areas, and taking advantage of the porous Indo-Myanmar border, they managed to sneak in and out of Myanmar. And they had been doing this since long, even before the ethnic violence in Manipur. If we talk about the context, or if we bring into context the ethnic violence in Manipur also, before even that started, they had been making frequent tours to Myanmar after the junta rule came into effect in Myanmar, and they have been meeting the pro-democratic forces in Myanmar, not only the pro-democratic forces, but also other militant and rebel groups which are based in Myanmar, or who have been both who are operational in India as well as those who are operational in Myanmar. They gave training, and also we have access multiple videos. Just to confirm that we not only have access to one video, but we have got access to multiple videos, rhythm in where it is clearly visible they have been providing bulletproof vest, and also imparting training on uses of drone in drone warfare. So this clearly establishes the the entire nexus and the route that they have used. And also, for that matter, in fact, we had also reported on this earlier on the involvement of the missionaries, particularly the foreign missionaries who often visit the northeastern states, and they taking advantage of the porous border, they sneak in and out of Myanmar, and the very need of the border fencing is also what underlines what emerges as one of the most important talking point now after these 7 foreign nationals have been arrested. Rhythm.
I also want to now go back to Sarthak. Sarthak, what happened in the Patiala House Court? The 11-day police custody has been given to the NI. 27 the case is coming up. You were telling us crucial parts of the exclusive order you've accessed. Give us a brief understanding of what was happening in the Patiala House Court today when these arrested foreign nationals were brought to the court.
Well, 2 days ago, these 7 accused, including 1 U.S. national and 6 Ukrainian nationals, were presented before ASJ Prashant Sharma's court, where certain arguments were made by the prosecution representing NIA, stating that they have plenty of evidence to prove that there were some terror links of these accused with some insurgent groups in Myanmar. They were traveling from Europe. Either they were using India as a route through Mizoram. They were traveling to Myanmar, or they had links to some insurgent groups here in India. That is something that the prosecution wanted to investigate. Well, we have also gotten the information that the lawyer who was representing these accused in this particular case, who was appearing on behalf of these accused on the day when these accused were presented before the judge, he made some arguments where he stated Article 30 32 of the Constitution, Article 32 of the Geneva Convention, and there were other key details that they have. They were not. They did not have any link to these insurgent groups. They did not have any link to any terrorist group. But as a matter of fact, what we know of this at this point is that NIA has presented plenty of evidences in the court that they were in direct contact with some terrorist groups who were carrying AK-47. These people were appointed to provide drone facilities and drone training facilities to these insurgent groups. They were basically smuggling drones here from India. They were traveling from Mizoram to Myanmar, and they were providing these modern warfare techniques and training on these modern warfare techniques to these insurgent groups. So there is a plenty of information that was provided by NIA to the court, which gave the court a reasonable benefit of doubt that there is a prima facie case, that there could be a major conspiracy. It's a matter of national security, and therefore the NIA has been given an opportunity to investigate this matter further. The NIA also had given evidences and made an argument where they suggested that it's not just 7 accused that they have taken into custody. There are in total at least 14 accused who are still wandering off across the country. 7 have been taken into custody. There are 7 more who have to be taken into custody and questioned on these peculiar issues. What we know of so far, there is still a lot for NIA to investigate. This is a matter of national security, and on that specific ground, they have been given in police custody for 11 days. The next date of hearing in this particular matter is 28th of March, where they will be presented before ASJ Prashant Sharma again. And what further details NIA would be able to come up with, and what all evidences they will be able to come up with in this particular matter, that is something that only time will tell. Back to you.
I also want to now go across to Linthoy, joining us from Imphal. Linthoy, very clearly, all these people were picked up after a joint operation and understanding that the NIA already had. That's why these simultaneous arrests took place in Kolkata, in Lucknow, and also of Mr. Van Dyke, who was picked up, Matthew, at the same time at the Kolkata airport. Now, a social media account that's believed to be linked to him has been described him as a media personality that is based in Ukraine, but he's also said that we're going to try and do a regime change. How are you looking at what's happening in Imphal and also the way they're trying to undermine the military junta there?
Absolutely. The thing is that changing a regime is not it's not on their hands. First of all, Manipur has been, undergoing into a very uncomfortable and in a very unfortunate situation since May 2023. But according to the NIA investigation, they have entered India since 2022 and started giving training to this ethnic armed groups in Myanmar. So basically, the drone attack, since they are involved in this importing of drone from Europe, the drone attack first reported in Manipur on September 1, which was broke out after a brief lull of 3 months in the restive state. So the state of the attack on Kostruk in Imphal West, contagious to this Kangpopi district, came from the neighboring hills and killing many others, injuring to several others. So the NIA is investigating the use of drones in the attacks, and the state police have sought technical help to understand the origin of the weapons. And also, the then Chief Minister, N. Biren Singh, has also hand over this case to the NIA, and he also expressed that this is because of the intelligence failure, and he also made a statement that in this conflict a larger foreign hand is involved in the Manipur conflict. Back to you.
Thank you for giving us those details. I also want to thank Sarthak, who's been reporting at the Patiala House Court, Anirudh from Guwahati, and Linthoy joining us from Imphal. Shavan Sen also leading what's happening with the investigation at the NIA. It's a top focus story that we're continuing tracking. And coming up after a short break, Iran rejects de-escalation. Iran launches 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of security chief Larijani.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू नहीं का फोन तो करा अरे अनुसरण होगा हो गया
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू नहीं का फोन तो करा अरे अनुसरण होगा हो गया तुमचा कुणाल केला तो नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला गोटे का गाडी मागला
The war between Afghanistan and Pakistan is, by all accounts, intensifying. And while war is supposed to be carried out between combatants, the cowardly Pakistan has decided to attack civilians, which include a drug rehabilitation hospital. They have killed 400 people in an airstrike in Kabul. This is exactly and happening just a few days after the Americans, who are Pakistan's closest allies, have attacked and killed 173 schoolgirls in Minab in Iran. Emboldened by what Trump has done, the Pakistanis have attacked a hospital. This is a very, very serious crime of war. They owe an explanation to the people across the world. They say they are targeting TTP hideouts, that is hideouts of the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. This was not a terrorist training camp. This was just a hospital. The most cowardly thing that anyone can do. But what else would you expect of Asif Munir?
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, our rolling coverage on the war in West Asia continues after Larijani and Soleimani. Israel now claims they've killed Iran's intelligence minister. We'll get you all the details and the updates coming from the war zone areas. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Third Indian flag crude oil tanker Jug Ladki successfully arrives at Mundra port.
What's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the areas of by the NIA, sir?
Manipur CM shrugs off the camera as Republic asks him to comment on regarding the arrest of 7 foreign nationals by NIA. In another big blow to Congress ahead of polls, former Assam Congress leader Pradyut Botulai joins the BJP in presence of Assam Chief Minister. TVK decides to go solo, announces it will contest the Tamil Nadu elections independently across all 234 assembly seats. Death toll in Palam rises to 9, including multiple children. Several are still feared trapped. Rescue operations underway for 5th hour. Iran rejects a de-escalation, launches 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of their security chief Larijani. All right, viewers, our top focus at this hour. These visuals are coming live to you from the capital city of Iran. In Tehran, mourners have now gathered to bid a respectable farewell to their security chief, Ali Larijani. It's the final journey for Ali Larijani that's now underway in the capital city of Iran. Viewers, you can see a sea of people have gathered with Iranian flags to bid farewell to their security chief who was killed in the Israeli strikes just yesterday. Now, these are the visuals on your screen. There was a confirmation that came in from Iranian side earlier about his death. And now we're looking at these visuals coming to light as Iranians gather in the capital city to bid farewell to Ali Larijani, their security chief, somebody who was looking after the IRGC operations right after Khamenei was killed. He's somebody who's been closely linked with Iran's armed forces, looking both in the domestic front as well as coordinating about the attacks that are coming on the Gulf nations as well. All right, my colleague Gesu now joins me with more details on this. Gesu, what's the latest you're picking up about this final journey of Ali Larijani as Iranians gather to pay him a respectable farewell?
Thousands of people, a sea full of people on your screens right now. These are the scenes that are unfolding inside Iran as the Iranian people now prepare to lay to rest Ali Larijani, the National Security Council Secretary of Iran, a key figure in Iranian security apparatus. Now, also remember, this is one of the most momentous killings, one of the most sought-after assassinations when it comes to the US and Israel stand in this entire war after their preemptive strikes that killed the now slain Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. In fact, also the fact that since the killing of Ali Khamenei, it was Ali Larijani who had taken full cognizance, full control of not just Iran's security situation, but also their response in the attack, in the war that is ongoing between Israel, Iran and the United States. Now, also very important to remember, US, when they began this attack, in their first preemptive strikes also, their main objective was very clear. Regime change is what they were siphoning again and again and again. But these visuals are testament that this is a situation far far from a regime change. People are marching right behind Ali Larijani, the National Security Council of Iran, also responsible for taking all the decisions when it came to rebuttals, when it came to counter-striking both United States and even Israel, and not just that, but also the Gulf nations that came under attack. Now also remember, Ali Larijani was such a key figure. He was one of the most vocal leaders when it came to Iran. In fact, he voiced his dissent against Mojtaba Khamenei being chosen as the next supreme leader. Mojtaba Khamenei, the second son of the now slain supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. Now remember, this is enough to tell you what was the importance of the opinion of Ali Larijani in Iran and in its leadership being chosen. Now also the fact that he gave US President Donald Trump open challenges time and again. He was last spotted at the Quds rally that took place in Tehran. This is an uprising against Israeli aggression in Palestine. And while that was ongoing, a day before that, Trump had said that, the entire top Iranian leadership is hiding in underground bunkers. And then President Pezeshkian, Ali Larijani, the National Security Council Secretary, and also the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi came out fronting the rally against Israeli aggression, which was, by the way, also struck by the Israeli Defense Forces. And that looked like signaling, that looked like a warning shot that Israel had taken, warning Iran that this will come. And now that moment has arrived. These are the visuals of Ali Larijani on his last journey, with thousands of Iranians marching right behind his coffin. Ishita, back to you.
Right, Desio, thank you for joining us. And now we're also being joined by retired Major General AGB Jenny on the broadcast. Thank you, sir, for joining us on Republic. So I want to ask you, we're getting some live visuals from Tehran. It is the farewell of Ali Larijani, their national security chief. Thousands have gathered to bid him farewell. And now these visuals are far from the regime change dreams that the US and Israel were thinking of. How do you gauge these developments, sir?
My personal view on this issue is, firstly, I feel a little convinced that, yes, Larijani has been killed. Because till yesterday or till this morning, there were doubts, there was a narrative war going on where one side was saying that we have bombed him out and the other side was keeping quiet about his demise. So now that you confirm the news, that matter stands settled. But having said that, let me say that this question of regime change is all a total bullshit. Because the regime change, they have been saying ever since June of last year, when the 12 days war with Israel took place, they were wanting a regime change there. They did all that bombing, all that nonsense, all that damage, all that try happened, but there was no regime change. So was it this time, on the 28th of February, when they bombed the Iranians and they killed Ayatollah Khamenei? That was with the intention of a regime change. But did a regime change happen? It did not, because one Ayatollah left and another Ayatollah has come in. They may knock 4 more Ayatollahs and one after another will come in. Because let's not forget that this is a civilization, Iran is a civilization which is 7,000 years old. You just can't bomb them out. A civilizational strength they have. So therefore, one Ayatollah goes, another Ayatollah will come, and this regime change question is very, very hypothetical. Coming back to Larijani, now Larijani's killing, to my mind, will unify and solidify the unity of the people of Iran. There were differences of opinion within the community of Iranians. Some were against the Ayatollah regime, some were in favor, some were wanting a more moderate regime, some were against the extremist, revolutionary kind of Islamist Shiite cult. All this is now going to combine them. This is going to motivate the people to rally under the flag and for the sake of mere survival. Because now for the Iranians, it's a question of existence for survival. And therefore, they may kill Larijani. The IRGC is no deficiency of leaders. They are very highly motivated, strong Shiite cult revolutionaries. So they will find another Larijani to head the Security Council or the intelligence or the security agencies or the IRGC. But the fact remains, to my mind, and I'll conclude there, that Larijani's killing is going to actually come ulta onto the Americans and onto the Israeli and American combined. If they think that by killing Larijani they have succeeded in regime change and succeeded in crumbling Iran, they are, I think, mistaken, because the Iranians are going to stand up with much more vigor, much more strength and much more resistance now to say that we count in the Committee of Nations and we are not going to get counted down.
Very, very interesting points that you've raised. It does seem like a Hydra plant. When we compare this to Iran's security system, you kill one leader, another one props out. And we'll come back to you, sir, but we've got some breaking news coming in right now. After Larijani and Soleimani, Israel now claims they have killed Iran's intelligence minister. In fact, that's the latest blow coming into Iranian leadership. Ismail Khatib has now been killed, according to the latest claims made from the Israeli side, saying that they have knocked out Iran's intelligence minister this time. Now remember, this comes right after the security chief Ali Larijani and the Basij unit commander Soleimani was killed. And now another big blow, it seems, to Iranian leadership in terms of the intelligence minister being killed. And now Major General A.J.B. Jaini continues to stay with us. Major General, coming back to you on this. Now, we were talking about that Iran's system is like a hydra. You know, you kill one stem, another stem comes out. You kill one leader, another one props out. Now, in the latest, it seems Israel has killed Iran's intelligence minister. Sir, you know, you were talking about how Iran is emerging as a defiant country, and it seems Donald Trump is trying to find a safe exit. So do you think with these killings of the top leadership, it's just a safe exit route that US and Israel are trying to find now?
I'm afraid no. No, definitely not. Because Donald Trump and his cohort of Netanyahu have got themselves stuck in an absolute quagmire, and they have got themselves stuck in deep, shitty mud, I would say. Because they got into this whole business without a political aim. What was the political aim? Well, to a military analyzer like me, I failed to see whether the Americans had any political aim. They started off with regime change. Then they said, no, we are going to get them out of the nuclear, we're going to destroy their nuclear capability. They said the same thing they said in June 25. After the 12-day war, the Americans had claimed that we have destroyed their nuclear capability. How is it that within less than 1 year, the Iranians have suddenly cropped up with such a big nuclear capability again within no time? Their 450 kgs of enriched uranium was still there. Their thousands of kgs of plutonium material was still there. Where it is, the Americans couldn't find it. Whether they hid it in tunnels in the mountainous area, or where it was in Iran, or whether they have sent it to Russia, they don't know. So there was no political aim. They have kept on changing their goalposts. Then they said, we want to destroy their missile capability. They have not been able to do that. Iran has been producing 8,000 missiles to 10,000 missiles, drones every month. And these people are being able to just make the interceptors, the Patriots, 8 to 10 to 15 Patriots in a month. How are they going to combat? They had no political aim. So it is as a military analyzer, I want your viewers to know there must be a political aim to any war. Because out of that political aim emerges the military aim. From the military aim emerges the military strategy, and from the military strategy comes the fallout of the military targets and the military methodology of how that war is going to be processed. These fellows did not they've just got their head into muck, and they're going to get themselves banned like hell now, as far as I can see it. Because if they are looking for an exit, yes, they are looking for an exit. Look at the way Trump is begging the Western powers, Italy, France, Germany, England, even South Korea and Malaysia, Indonesia, please come and help me in opening the Strait of Hormuz. The American Navy is the most powerful navy in the world. With 3 aircraft carriers, they've got the Gerard there, they've got Washington there, they've got Abraham Lincoln there. Arey, chodo yaar. You've got such a strong military presence, which you have taken away now thousands of kilometers away from the Gulf. And you are begging the countries, the NATO countries, whom you were humiliating, whom you were ostracizing, and whom you were leaving them on their own in the Ukraine war. This is the same NATO countries. Now you are wanting them to come and help you in opening the Gulf of Hormuz or the Hormuz Strait.
Yes, sir.
They are looking for a safe exit, but they will not find it. And let me tell you now, I am wanting to speak on the behalf of the Iranians. I am not an anti-American, but I understand war. And a war will always be, a war veteran will always side on the side which is fighting hard. Iran is fighting hard now. Even if these people are looking for a safe exit, Iran will not give them the safe exit. It gave them the exit in June 25. Even now when the talks were on, let me recall for your viewers, even now when the talks were on, Iran was almost agreeing to limit their nuclear capability and certain other conditions they were about to agree to. And these fellows went and just bombed them while the talks were on. They did the same thing, June 25, while the talks were on, 13-day talks were on, and 12th day they went and bombed them. Is this the international rule of the law? Is this the law order in the world? That you can go and just bomb a school and kill 165 girl children? You can just go and bomb the leadership? If you want to fight a war, send your bloody troops to Iran. Make another Afghanistan, make another Vietnam, make another Iraq. And then after 10 years, when your body bags have landed up in America, you'll put your bloody tail between your legs and you will get out of that place with humiliation, just as you did in Afghanistan. So, if you want to fight a war, send your troops there, send your commanders there. Let Trump go to bloody Tehran and lead his troops. Let the war veterans go and fight the war there. This is no way, you can enter into any country. Show your technical might, show your might of your military industrial complex.
Major General, on that point, I agree with you that it does seem like there was no strategic planning on the part of the US and Israel when they started this operation, and it is certainly backfiring on them right now. Thank you, sir, for joining us on this broadcast. And now, viewers, moving on to another breaking news that we're getting from the war zone in West Asia. Now, Lebanese president has convened an urgent security meet right after Israel has ramped up its attacks all across the country. We're looking at Beirut coming under repeated bombardment, and in light of those attacks taking place across Lebanon, now there is a security urgent meeting that's now taking place, convened by the president of the country. Now, we're getting you visuals, viewers, from Beirut. In fact, this is the latest wave of attacks carried out by the IDF across the Lebanese capital. And as we look at this intensification of the attacks, an urgent meeting has now been convened by Lebanon's president to take a review of the security situation and to also chart out a way forward as IDF continues its campaign against not just Hezbollah targets, but also Lebanese paramilitary groups which have come under repeated attacks. So we're looking at a security meeting now taking place, convened by the president of Lebanon to take stock of the security situation in the country. And now, viewers, a major rift is emerging within the Western alliance. US President Donald Trump has launched a sharp attack on NATO allies, accusing them of refusing to support American military operations against Iran. In a strongly worded statement, Trump said that most NATO countries have declined to get involved despite backing Washington's stance that Iran must not acquire nuclear weapons. Now, calling NATO a one-way street, Trump also questioned the alliance's relevance at this point, saying that US spends billions protecting its partners but receives little support in return. Take a look at this detailed report that talks about this rift now emerging.
US President Donald Trump has lashed out at NATO, saying most allies have declined to support American military operations against Iran. In a strongly worded post on his Truth Social, Trump called NATO a one-way street, claiming the US spends billions protecting allies who failed to stand by it in times of need. He also asserted that the US does not need NATO's help, pointing to what he described as America's decisive military success against Iran.
Well, no, I just think that it's not good for a partnership when they say what you're doing is a great thing, but we're not going to help.
Trump's remarks come as several European nations, including France, have refused to join military operations, instead pushing for diplomacy. The reluctance stems from fears of a wider conflict and the risk to global energy supplies, especially with tensions escalating in the Strait of Hormuz. The latest comments highlight deepening cracks within the Western alliance as Iran conflict tests unity between the US and its traditional partners.
And now here's time for a special segment called Bharat in One, where we track all the domestic headlines coming to light in the last 24 hours. Let's get started. Dog squad trained in a bomb detection conducts a check in Gujarat Legislative Assembly premises after it receives a bomb threat via email this morning. Bidar SP says the police conducted a raid in Janwara village and discovered 105 gas cylinders and 2 vehicles. We are taking action against 4 suspects. They were black marketing the cylinders for 1,500 to 2,000 rupees, according to SP. Neeta Ambani, founder and chairperson of Reliance Foundation, was conferred the prestigious KISS Humanitarian Award 2025 at Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences Campus, Bhubaneswar. The award was presented by Nobel laureate from Sri Lanka, Professor Mohan, in the presence of the founder of the institutions, Dr. A. Samantha. Now, senior functionaries of the institutions and a large number of students and dignitaries attended the function. The award recognizes Neeta Ambani's outstanding humanitarian initiatives and her contributions to social development through education, healthcare, women empowerment and sports promotion through Reliance Foundation. All right, viewers, moving on to more breaking news. We're getting at this hour from the West Asia. Turkey now says that NATO deploying more defenses to guard the southern base. NATO is now deploying another US Patriot missile defense system to the southern Turkish province of Adana. This is where US and other personnel are also stationed at the airbase. Turkey's defense ministry has now released a statement regarding this, that NATO will now be deploying more defenses to guard their southern base. Now, we're looking at more deployment of US Patriot missile defense system. This is to the southern Turkish province of Adana, where US and other personnel are also stationed. So more protection, not just for the airbase, but also for the US personnel, which in fact are now stationed at the base. All right, viewers, now Donald Trump is eyeing Cuba, saying the island nation is next. Now, in a series of claims are made overtaking Cuba, Donald Trump told reporters at the Oval Office that Cuba is a weakened nation.
He claims he could do anything he wants with the country. Moreover, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, also backed Donald Trump's statement in a meeting at the White House. Cuban president has now responded to that, saying any external aggression will be clashed with strong resistance. We're looking at a clash between Cuba and America, with Donald Trump now suggesting that Cuba could become next after Venezuela. Take a look at this report.
Donald Trump escalated his rhetoric against Cuba, claiming he expected the honor of taking Cuba in some form and asserting that he can do anything he wanted with the island nation.
I think Cuba, in its own way, for tourism and everything else, it's a beautiful island, great weather. They're not in a hurricane zone, which is nice for a change. They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week. But I think Cuba's the end. All my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah.
The US president also said that Cuba is a weakened nation and with very violent leaders. His statements were backed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, stating that the Cuban governmental system have to change dramatically.
Their economy doesn't work. It's a non-functional economy. It's an economy that has survived. That revolution, it's not even a revolution, that thing they have, has survived on subsidies from the Soviet Union and now from Venezuela. They don't get subsidies anymore, so they're in a lot of trouble. And the people in charge, they don't know how to fix it. So they have to get new people in charge.
Meanwhile, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel has responded strongly against these remarks, saying any external aggression will be responded with an impregnable resistance. Cuba is reeling from repeated nationwide blackout as its electrical grid collapsed amid a harsh US oil blockade in the country, deepening its economic crisis and political tensions with the US. While these threats stem from decades of US sanctions and mutual enmity, the recent statements come as geopolitical tensions escalate alongside the conflict in Iran. Previously, Donald Trump said a deal would be made very easily with Cuba, while saying the focus right now is on Iran.
And viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thank you so much for watching. And coming up on the other side, Republic's super exclusive on foreign mercenaries. In India, Republic has now accessed 8-minute training video of mercenaries from the region.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. The price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू नहीं का फोन तो करा जी अरे आलू से नहीं होगा हो गया ये तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी में चला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic's a super exclusive. Republic accesses 8-minute training video of mercenaries from the region. Third Indian flag crude oil tanker Jaglatki successfully arrives at Mundra port.
What's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the arrest of foreign nationals by the NIA, sir?
Manipur CM shrugs off from camera as Republic asks him to comment regarding the arrest of 7 foreign nationals by NIA. In another big blow to Congress ahead of polls, former Assam Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi joins the BJP in presence of Assam Chief Minister Hemant Biswa. TVK decides to go solo, announces it will contest the Tamil Nadu elections independently across all 234 assembly seats. Death toll in Palam rises to 9, including multiple children. Several are still feared trapped. Rescue operations underway for 5th hour. Iran rejects a de-escalation, announces 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of their security chief, Ali Larijani. All right, viewers, we've got breaking news on a story that Republic has been covering very exclusively. Now, sources claim that the foreign mercenaries had a hand in Manipur violence. Remember the violence, the ethnic violence erupted in the state in 2023, and we're looking at now sources are claiming that there was a foreign hand in that violence. Agencies which are probing the link of mercenaries with the Manipur violence, the increased use of drones in Manipur has now coincided with foreign mercenaries' visit as well. Now remember, the violence escalated in 2023, then it peaked in 2024, and this coincided with the peak, in fact, coincided with the spike in the visits of foreign nationals as well in the region. Now agencies which are probing this link, in fact, have found the link which tells us that how there could be a foreign hand in Manipur violence. My colleague Amrita now joins me with more details. Amrita, we're looking at a foreign hand and the link of foreign mercenaries now emerging in the Manipur violence, which erupted in 2023 and then peaked in 2024, coinciding with the visits of foreign nationals as well. Give us more details on this.
Yes, definitely, Ishita. The violence in Manipur that started in May 2023, it started as an ethnic conflict between the Meiteis and the Kuki communities. But the reports that are emerging are pointing to a completely different aspect, because in the initial years, in the first year of this May 2023 conflict, the conflict was really localized. But after it entered the second year, the drone attack, the drone carrying grenade became one of the main focus of these attacks, because the first instance of the drone bombing, it occurred on September 1st, 2024 in Kadangban and Kautruk in the Imphal West district. Here, a woman was also killed and a child was severely injured. And after that, in the following days, in September 2024 itself, there were sporadic incidents of drone bombings where a drone was carrying grenades and they were dropped randomly into residences of people. Several properties were damaged, people were hurt, and even some people killed. So the NIA also took over the case on this related to the Kadangban and the Kautruk incident. And after that, their report was submitted to the special court in the NIA in Manipur. And they have also confirmed that, in fact, over 40 plus drone bombings have definitely occurred. And what's emerging is really very interesting, because these two can definitely be linked, because agencies are now probing if there is any linking, because with the latest arrests that are coming of these 7 foreign nationals of providing the drone training and with the supply of drone consignment as well into the Myanmar region, because we know that the military junta is also in conflict with the Chin groups in the Chin state. And we all know that the Kuki groups and the Chin groups are definitely related, and they are demanding a completely new separate to carve out of Manipur a Kuki land. And now with these drone attacks, with the drone droppings of grenades, and with this latest developments of these foreign nationals being captured by the NIA, definitely there is some foreign mercenaries hand at play in the Manipur conflict as well, and definitely a bigger picture leading to a foreign and a bigger geopolitical aspect as well.
Right, Amrita, do continue to stay with us on the broadcast. We'll get more details on this. Now, viewers, it is a very concerning development that has come to light from India's northeast. Now, the violence which erupted in Manipur, it seems it had a foreign hand, a link with foreign mercenaries also visiting the region. In fact, Republic has accessed the second video of the mercenaries training ethnic armed groups in Myanmar. However, Republic TV cannot verify the authenticity of these videos because they are from across the border from an undisclosed location, but they certainly point towards the hand of these foreign mercenaries who have been training these rebel groups in Myanmar. Now remember, there is an ethnic link also to Myanmar's Chin community with several communities in the northeast. Right. In fact, the Republic has been closely tracking all the developments coming to light from this. My colleague Sarthak and Linthoy are also joining me on this. Linthoy, coming to you first. It seems there is a foreign hand involved in the violence which erupted in Manipur in 2023. Could you give us more details? What are you picking up from your sources about the hand of foreign mercenaries which were linked to the violence in the state?
Absolutely, and this is a major breaking development with serious implications for Manipur and entire northeast region. So what we are picking up from top sources is that foreign mercenaries are now under the scanner for their alleged role in the Manipur violence, and central agencies are actively probing this international link. Now, why this is extremely significant is because it adds a completely new dimension to what we was earlier seen as an internal conflict. And also, like sources, drone uses in Manipur coincided with the suspected movement or presence of these foreign operatives. Remembering the use of drones in the conflict zone mark a soft tactical shift, pointing towards more advanced and coordinated methods, which were not typical in earlier phase of unrest. So now we are assessing all the videos which allegedly shows foreign mercenaries training ethnic armed groups across the border in Myanmar. This becomes a crucial because of Manipur's porous international border with Myanmar, which has historically been used by insurgent groups as a safe haven. So, however, we must also clarify that the authenticity of these visuals cannot be independently verified at this stage, and also. Also that the crucial questions about external interference in Manipur crisis and whether there is a larger coordinated effort to destabilize the region. Back to you, Isita.
Thank you for that. Now I want you to stay with us as viewers. Republic has also accessed the second video of mercenaries training ethnic armed groups in Myanmar. However, Republic TV cannot verify the authenticity of these videos because they're also from across the border and from an undisclosed location. I want to continue staying with those visuals as mercenaries training is going on. This is the second video of the mercenaries training video that has been accessed by Republic TV. It's very clear these mercenaries training was continuing on camera. One can see the mercenaries training the ethnic armed groups, which is also what has been stated as the NIA widens the scope. I want to go back once again to all my colleagues who are joining us. We have Sarthak, who's going to give us an update about what's happening in the Patiala House Court. We have Lingoy, who was just speaking to us from Imphal about the ramifications there, and Anirudh also joining us from Guwahati. Sarthak, I want to come to you first. I want to know and understand what is it that the NIA stated in the court. You also accessed the 14-page order from the Patiala House Court. How crucial was it for the NIA to secure their custody today?
Well, you're absolutely right. It was extremely crucial for NIA to take those accused into custody. Well, as a matter of fact, Republic has been at the forefront in tracking every single detail that it could possibly find, possibly find about this case. What we have accessed so far is the remand order that was passed by the Patiala House Court yesterday, where these 7 accused, including 1 U.S. national and 6 Ukrainian nationals, have been given into police custody for 11 days. This was extremely crucial for NIA because they need to investigate a lot more details about this particular issue. So far, what NIA suggests is that there is a bigger conspiracy that needs to be tracked down. NIA suggests that these people were directly involved in training some insurgent groups based out of Myanmar. And there is also a possibility that it might spill over and get involved with some insurgent groups in the northeast region, which are active in the northeast region of India. That is also something that the NIA is investigating upon. Therefore, it was important for them to take these 7 accused into custody to get more details on this issue. What NIA says is that these people were using India as a route to finally reach Myanmar. However, certain equipments and drones have been confiscated by the NIA, which suggests that they were not only providing and they were smuggling these drones to these insurgent groups, but they were also providing training in terms of how to operate these drones. These drones were not only being used for the purpose of surveillances, but they were also being used for modern warfare techniques, for bombing, for jamming purposes, anti-drone training that these 7 accused were likely providing to these insurgent groups. That is something that NIA has suggested and put forth as argument in the Patiala House Court. The case was registered under Section 18 of UAPA. The court has considered all these points and taken into account that this is a matter of national security. On that particular reason, it's important that NIA is allowed some more time to investigate the matter, get more details about this entire issue, because the NIA also says that these are not the only people that have been taken into custody. There are more people who are absconding. There are in total 14 people who entered India illegally. They entered India on tourist visas, and they were directly involved in these terrorist activities, because these 7 accused, the NIA suspects that they were linked with some terrorist groups who had access to modern warfare weapons like AK-47. So there are multiple angles that NIA is investigating at this point. It's a matter of national security. It's extremely important for them to get more details, and therefore on that ground perhaps the court has allowed NIA to take these people in 11 days of custody. The next date of hearing is on March 28th, and we'll get to know what all details NIA is able to extract from these people, and whether they are able to take the other accused who are still absconding, still out there, into custody.
Sarthak, I'll request you to stay with us as I'm going to tell Linthoi and Anirudh also to be with us. I'm just going to come across to you. But let's tell our viewers who the foreign mercenary under the scanner is. Matthew Van Dyke from Baltimore was arrested by the NIA. He entered restricted areas in Mizoram, crossing into Myanmar without authorization and engagement with insurgent-linked groups. He's also reportedly failed a CIA polygraph test. He's the American citizen who landed at the very center of the major investigation by NIA, arresting him alongside 6 Ukrainian nationals in the case involving the drone warfare training. He's an American citizen. Matthew Van Dyke has also earlier described himself as someone who's going to be a crucial part of regime change, is what has been said. He was arrested in Kolkata. Several of the armed groups that are active in Myanmar have existing ties with organizations that are also banned. I want to also now go across, as we're going to go to my reporters again, I want to go across to Anirudh, who's joining us right now, live from Guwahati. Anirudh, he entered the restricted areas in Mizoram, crossing into Myanmar without authorization and alleged engagement with insurgent-linked groups. What are we picking up about this man and the kind of training he's giving to trained ethnic groups, armed ethnic groups, which is actually against the military junta?
Yes, they have mostly infiltrated into Myanmar by crossing over the porous Indo-Myanmar border, and they met with the rebel groups and armed groups in Myanmar. They not only given them training on uses of modern sophisticated arms and ammunitions rhythm, but also taught them how to operate the sophisticated high-end drones. Some of the drones which were even capable of flying with payload up to 2 to 3 kg. So these are huge drones which are actually not easily available in the market, and this army or this military grade drones and other equipments were provided by these mercenaries to the ethnic armed groups in Myanmar. And during the trial of this investigation by the central agencies, it has also come to light the various aspects and of this involvement of these mercenaries in Myanmar, and how their involvement also reached out to Manipur when the ethnic violence was at its peak in Manipur. Remember, in 2023, the ethnic violence broke out in Manipur, and towards 2024, we saw uses of drones in Manipur to attack civilian areas, particularly in Imphal Valley. Republic TV was in fact the first and the only channel to report on ground on the uses of drones by the armed insurgents, and we also saw how military-grade drones were being used to drop bombs in civilian areas. So these drones were also supplied from Myanmar, and the involvement of these mercenaries, which the armed groups in Myanmar clearly establishes the nexus that they had spread up to the bordering northeastern states. Taking advantage of the porous Indo-Myanmar border, they often sneak in and out of Myanmar. They operate under the guise of religious preachers or missionaries when they operate throughout the northeast. But once they are in their safe zone, that is how they operate. Once they are in their safe zone, they turn their true colors in, and that is how they had been taking, supplying several arms and ammunition as well as high-end sophisticated military-grade technologies to the armed groups in Myanmar. This nexus has once again established the very fact that in the ethnic conflict that was on till up recently in the the state of Myanmar. There was foreign hand involvement. Republic TV was also the first channel which had reported about the involvement of foreign hand in the violence that had took place in Manipur. And now with the investigation by the central agencies, it has been established that the reporting that Republic TV did way back in 2024 and 2025 stands correct, and how this nexus had operated so effectively and deep into the northeastern states clearly shows the upper hand of several, the involvement particularly of several
I'm just going to interrupt
agencies.
you for one moment. Like you're rightly saying, we're staying with those pictures of what Sarthak got from the Patiala House Court. Meanwhile, Manipur Chief Minister remained silent when questioned by Republic TV on mercenaries in India. Listen in.
So what's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the arrest of foreign nationals by the NIA, sir? So what's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the arrest of foreign nationals by the NIA? So what's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the arrest of foreign nationals by the NIA, sir? So what's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the arrest of foreign nationals by So what's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the arrest of
Sarthak, I want to come back to you also, and Linthoy, in fact, I want to first come to you. I want to ask you questions because it's very clear that these people were deep-rooted in their training. It's very clear from the visuals that we are not authenticating on Republic TV, but the videos that have been accessed by Republic TV clearly show the foreign mercenaries were in India for a particular purpose. When you're speaking to people, what are you picking up on whom these people were trying to train?
After speaking with the people, they are training the ethnic armed groups who are taking shelter in Myanmar. So we cannot identify which insurgent groups they are training, but still we understand that they are training the ethnic armed groups over there in Myanmar. And absolutely, to understand the gravity of this breaking development, we need to connect it with the ground reality of Manipur conflict, which has already seen massive violence, displacement, and militarization over the past 2 years. So what we are tracking right now is that foreign mercenaries are under the scanner, and this becomes extremely serious when you look at the scale of the conflict in Manipur since May 2023. So since the violence broke out on May 3rd, 2023, over 260 people have been displaced, and over 60,000 people have been displaced, many of them living in relief camps, and over 1,000 people have been injured and dozens reported missing. Nearly 4,700 houses have been burned and hundreds of religious structures were destroyed, including these churches and religious places. So this is not just a sporadic violence. This is a prolonged ethnic conflict between the Meitei community in the valley and the Kuki communities in the hills, which has effectively divided the state into two zones. So basically, to put a hand on this conflict, during this conflict, the foreign nationals helped one of the ethnic armed groups during this conflict, and which deepened the crisis. Back to you, Esther.
All right, thank you for that. I'm going to ask my reporters and colleagues to stay with us. Viewers, Republic also questioned the lawyer representing the Ukrainian officials who remained silent. Take a look at this interaction.
कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं? सर, कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत मिली है. कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं? सर, कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत मिली है. कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर? कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है। कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर? कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है। कैसे किस बिहाफ पे केस लड़ रहे हैं सर? कोई जानकारी आप दे पाएंगे? यूक्रेनियन राजदूत से आप मिले, 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है।
Now, Republic viewers also accessed the 14-page court order of foreign mercenaries arrested. It says that mercenaries supplied weapons, insurgent groups given terrorist hardware, and the mercenaries trained armed groups. They were also in touch with terrorists armed with AK-47. I want to, as I'm going to go across that 14-page court order, also go back to my colleagues. The court order on the foreign mercenaries, Sarthak very clearly says they traveled to Mizoram without permission. They crossed to Myanmar illegally, and it baffles us as to how they crossed over to Myanmar. They are linked to ethnic armed groups. They supported insurgent groups in India and supplied them with lethal weapons. It's very clear they were doing anti-India activities, Sarthak. And what is it that the NI today told the court?
Well, it is a big matter of concern that how these people were able to first enter India illegally on a tourist visa. How did they have access to the tourist visa? How were they granted this tourist visa if they had a legitimate tourist visa with them? And then again, how were they able to travel to Mizoram, and from Mizoram, how were they able to travel to Myanmar? These are some peculiar questions that have to be asked and have to be raised by NIA, and that's exactly what it did in court, that there is a major conspiracy involved here because they were directly in touch with these insurgent groups based out of Myanmar, where they were not only providing access to these military equipments and these drones, they were also providing training on them. That gives a benefit of doubt to the court as well, that that there could be a possibility that they might be in touch with some insurgent groups here in India, because they not only came to India illegally, they went to Myanmar from Mizoram also. That was on illegal permits, whether they had legitimate documents with them or not. These are some pertinent questions that have to be raised by NNA, and the NNA did exactly that in the court. They said that they were directly linked with some terrorists who had access to some military equipment, including AK-47. These 7 people were providing training to these insurgent groups on how to use these drones, not only for surveillance purposes, but also how can they be installed and be equipped in a military course of situation. These are certain things that NIA is investigating at this point. However, the defense for these accused tried quoting some articles like Article 36 of the Vienna Convention, stating that they have a right to defend themselves and they were not really involved in these activities. But it seems like the court were not willing to take that into consideration, because as a matter of fact, this is a matter of national security, because how under the God's hot sun is it possible for them to
Sarthak, the larger questions that we're going to ask here, and I'm going to ask directly to our viewers, who facilitated the routes? Who in Europe supplied the drones? Who inside India was meant to receive, store, and also move or eventually benefit from this chaos? The most serious part is not just a glimpse into what's happened, but the larger design. This is the anatomy of a covert destabilization pipeline, and someone was trying to do this, the same ecosystem that's redirected towards now India's northeast. We're going to thank all our colleagues who were with us, Sarthak, Linthoy, and Anirudh. We're also going to continue to stay with this top focus story. And coming up after a short break, we're also going to tell you how Iran rejected de-escalation. Iran launches the 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of the security chief, Larijani.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरी राजा। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा सिप, MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
Welcome back, friends. Iranians have hit the streets of Tehran, mourning the loss of their security chief Ali Larijani. A massive farewell being given to him, send-off rather being given to him as he goes for his last journey there. In those pictures, that's our focus along with rest of the stuff happening in the war theatre. Let's begin with the headlines. Republic Super Exclusive. We access 8-minute training video of foreign mercenaries. Third Indian flag crude oil tanker Jag Ladki successfully arrives at Mundra port.
What's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these areas of foreign by the NIA, sir?
Manipur Chief Minister Y. Kemchin Singh shrugs off from cameras as the Republic asks him to comment regarding the arrest of 7 foreign nationals by the NIA. In another big blow to Congress ahead of polls in Assam, former party leader Pradyut Bordoloi joins the BJP in the presence of Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. Death toll in Palam fire tragedy rises to 9, including multiple children. Several are still fear-trapped. Rescue operations underway for 5th hour. Iran rejects de-escalation, launches 61st wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of security chief Larijani. All All right, friends, we have new footage coming in from Iran, or the theater of war. Iran launching the 62nd wave of missile attacks against Israeli assets. And these pictures will play with Nats to give you an idea of how Iran is carrying out missile launches even now. This is a Khorramshahr missile being launched from a launcher in or launch pad in Iran. This has targeted Israel, and these are pictures released just a while ago by the Iranians as proof of their capacity to still carry out missile strikes in Israeli territory. And these are pictures released in just a while back by the Iranians, and effectively making a statement that they are still in a position to seek revenge for the killing of Ali Larijani. That's the statement attributed to the Iranians. Okay, come out of these pictures and moving to another breaking. And an Indian sailor stranded near an Iranian port has spoken exclusively to the Republic amid escalating tensions in the region. The sailor says the situation remains unsafe, with the blast reported right in front of his vessel just a while before he spoke, triggering panic among the crew. He also claims that there has been no communication from the Indian embassy in Tehran so far, with no outreach or assistance extended yet. A sailor on board a merchant vessel seeking help from the Indian mission in Tehran through this video. Let's take a listen.
Here situation is not safe actually, because in front of our vessel today morning was blasting. That's why I am sending video also. But because of this again, yesterday morning blasting and today morning also again blasting. Here situation is not safe actually, because in front of our vessel today morning was blasting. That's why I am sending video also. But because of this again, yesterday morning blasting and today morning also again blasting. Here situation is not safe actually, because in front of our vessel today morning was blasting. That's why I am sending video also. But because of this again, yesterday morning blasting and today morning also again blasting.
Okay, more breakings coming in from the war zone. Hezbollah now has released a footage showing a rocket salvo targeting headquarters of the Israeli military's 146th division in Jaton, east of Nahariya in northern Israel. These are pictures. We have net sounds also of the Hezbollah rockets targeting Israeli territory. Okay, this is the video of the rockets, the rocket launcher and the launch, and everything on tape recorded by the Hezbollah. These are see the rockets. If you look at the manner in which this multiple barrel rocket launcher is being used to target the northern areas of Israel by the Hezbollah, which is proof that despite a very focused war that was carried out by Israel last year and the attacks that Israel has carried out in Lebanon and Beirut specifically against Hezbollah, they still have some firepower left. All right, now on to President Trump and a reaction coming in from him through his social media handle, Truth Social, where he said, and I quote, "I wonder what would happen if we finished off what's left of the Iranian terror state and let the countries that use it. We won't be responsible for the so-called Strait. That would get some of our non-responsive allies in gear and fast." President Donald J. Trump. That's sign off. Now, essentially, he's venting out at his European allies for not being responsive on his appeals for clearing the Strait of Hormuz or bringing in military support for maintaining traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. And Europeans, of course, for different reasons or various reasons have said no, thanks, but no thanks. And President Trump yesterday came out strongly against European leadership, now following it up through his Truth social media post. And President Trump is now eyeing Cuba, saying the island nation is next. In a series of claims made over taking Cuba, Donald Trump told reporters at the Oval Office that Cuba is a weakened nation, also a weekend nation, and claimed he could do anything he wants with the country. Moreover, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has backed Trump's statement. Remember, Rubio is of Cuban origin and he has to back his president. But let's listen to what Donald Trump had to say on Cuba.
Donald Trump escalated his rhetoric against Cuba, claiming he expected the honor of taking Cuba in some form and asserting that he can do anything he wanted with the island nation.
I think Cuba, I don't know, in its own way, for tourism and everything else, it's a beautiful island, great weather. They're not in a hurricane zone, which is nice for a change. They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week. But I think Cuba's the end. All my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah.
The US president also said that Cuba is a weakened nation and with very violent leaders. His statements were backed by Secretary of State Marco Rubio, stating that the Cuban governmental system have to change dramatically.
Their economy doesn't work. It's a non-functional economy. It's an economy that has survived. That revolution, it's not even a revolution, that thing they have, has survived on subsidies from the Soviet Union and now from Venezuela. They don't get subsidies anymore, so they're in a lot of trouble. And the people in charge, they don't know how to fix it. So they have to get new people in charge.
Meanwhile, Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel has responded strongly against these remarks, saying any external aggression will be responded with an impregnable resistance. Cuba is reeling from repeated nationwide blackout as its electrical grid collapsed amid a harsh US oil blockade in the country, deepening its economic crisis and political tensions with the US. While these threats stem from decades of US sanctions and mutual enmity, the recent statements come as geopolitical tensions escalate alongside the conflict in Iran. Previously, Donald Trump said a deal would be made very easily with Cuba, while saying the focus right now is on Iran.
All right, one-way street. That's how President Trump has described NATO and his partners in Europe, because NATO has simply refused to join in this war effort, specifically the request made by the US president on helping the Americans with opening up of the Strait of Hormuz or providing military support for easy plying of merchant vessels through this narrow waterway. Donald Trump is mighty angry that the Europeans are not coming for help.
US President Donald Trump has lashed out at NATO, saying most allies have declined to support American military operations against Iran. In a strongly worded post on his Truth Social, Trump called NATO a one-way street, claiming the US spends billions protecting allies who failed to stand by it in times of need. He also asserted that the US does not need NATO's help, pointing to what he described as America's decisive military success against Iran.
Well, no, I just think that it's not good for a partnership when they say what you're doing is a great thing, but we're not going to help.
Trump's remarks come as several European nations, including France, have refused to join military operations, instead pushing for diplomacy. The reluctance stems from fears of a wider conflict and the risk to global energy supplies, especially with tensions escalating in the Strait of Hormuz. The latest comments highlight deepening cracks within the Western alliance as Iran conflict tests unity between the US and its traditional partners.
Okay, another breaking connected with the war theater. The UAE releasing their daily statement on the number of missiles that have come their way from Iran and the drones and how much of them they have neutralized. According to this latest statement by the Ministry of Defense of the UAE, they have intercepted 13 ballistic missiles and 27 drones as of March 18th. And all these originated from Iran, according to the statement. And giving a summation of what has happened since the war began 19 days ago, UAE says that their air defenses have intercepted 327 ballistic missiles, 15 cruise missiles, and almost 1,700 drones. These attacks have led to the death of 2 members of the UAE armed forces and killing of 6 civilians, including Pakistani, Nepalese, Bangladeshi, and Palestinian nationalities. The missile strikes coming in from Iran have also injured about 150 people, and they have belonged to a dozen odd nationalities, including that of India. Okay, from UAE across the Gulf to Tehran, where these pictures coming in from the Iranian capital show the groundswell of mourning taking place for Ali Larijani, the National Security Advisor or the National Security Chief, who was killed in a strike by the Israelis yesterday, and he was in the Pardis area of Tehran at his daughter's residence, and he was eliminated at that moment in a strike which also took down with him his deputy, his bodyguards. Also, his son reported is reported to be dead in the same strike. We do not know, because the Iranian media has not spoken on this, whether Larijani's daughter was also present in the house when the strike happened. But Ali Larijani, who was till recently a favorite with the Americans, but subsequently hardened his position after the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei at the start of the war, was eliminated last evening, and today we are seeing his funeral, his last rites, and the Iranians giving him a send-off, a tearful send-off to their security chief, Ali Larijani. These are live pictures coming in from Tehran, and it's been a couple of hours since the cortege has been making its way through the streets of Tehran. Only a few days back, Larijani was seen walking through these same streets as a mark of defiance against the United States and Israel. On the Al-Quds Day, they participating with the people in a rally in support of Palestine, which Iranians have participated with a lot of enthusiasm over the last few years and decades. And perhaps that coming out gave away his location, and the Israelis subsequently could track him to the last moment and get him off in that strike yesterday. We'll try and see if we can get some voices, because these are important pictures. Americans and the Israelis targeted not just Ali Larijani, but also the Basit chief, and reports suggest that they have also eliminated the incumbent intelligence chief. And remember, since the launch of the war 19 days ago, at least 3 layers of Iran's top leadership have been eliminated, killed, and taken down in these strikes, very precision strikes being carried out by Iran and United States. We are joined in over the phone by General G.D. Bakshi. For more on this, very good afternoon to you, sir. And my question is, these pictures with so many people, thousands and thousands of people coming out in the funeral procession of Ali Larijani, if anything, are evidence, General Bakshi, that the Iranians are not looking at regime change. They are fully standing with their government.
Absolutely. And the very fact that they murdered, they assassinated Khomeini on day one of the war, they thought they had won the war, that 2 days later Iran would come and kiss their boots. Nothing of that bloody sort happened. In fact, it only made the Iranian people rally around the flag. All self-respecting people do that when they are attacked from outside. So I don't know what fiction they are trying to create of Iranians trying to get rid of their regime. Give us a break. The rest of the world is not blind or complete idiots. We see what is happening on television. Billions and billions of Iranians are out supporting their regime. Larijani was not taking cover. 2 days back, he was with the people out in the open, joining a rally on the streets, on the open streets. And now we are being told that they had some, sources inside the Iranian people who told them this. He was walking on the roads, man. So what are you feeling so uppity about? And you think the war is going to end because you killed Larijani? Give us a break. Iran has now adjusted towards the decapitation strategy. It worked very well the first time when it was used against Hezbollah. Last year it worked well again when about 25 Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps commanders were killed on day one of that strike. Then it worked with a variation in Venezuela. You did not murder the top man, you kidnapped him and his wife, right? And now they have tried it for the fourth time in Iran again. Iran was well prepared. They had decentralized their command and control. They had delegated to the 31 Iranian IRGC districts. Yeah. Each district has its own missile and drones. They delegated to them that just in case Tehran top leadership gets hit, don't wait for orders from Tehran. You have the target list. You have your last orders. Fire at will. They've been doing precisely that.
Yeah.
The war that Donald Trump thought would be over, short, quick war, quick in, quick out war, very sexy, made for television war, is continuing into its 19th day now. And there seems no end. It is only intensifying. There is heavy damage to the global economy. The global economy is heading for recession. Not only petrol and gas have stopped, also fertilizers have stopped. Right. Crop plantations in the United States will suffer. And there will be a food crisis next year. Thanks to Donald Trump and his brilliant lack of strategy in attacking Iran. You attacked first and you started thinking of your aims and objectives later. So this is, when you have a war with no strategy, it becomes a war with no end. Yeah. That is precisely what you have done. You've damaged a heavy blow to the entire global economy.
Absolutely.
To India's economy, to Asia's economy, Europe's economy. No wonder Europe has told him to go take a walk. They are not prepared to put their warships in harm's way. Donald Trump himself has told the Abraham Lincoln to flee. I believe the Gerald Ford aircraft carrier has also been hit and damaged. And now he started this bloody war without asking anybody else. Now he wants the Europeans to put their ships in harm's way, get their sailors killed. Because he knows that if he gets his own sailors killed, it will have severe political costs. And all this Larijani war dance is okay, but we don't see the war ending. We only see the war intensifying, sir. So for God's sake, stop acting like thugs. Stop acting like a mafia, dons, and murdering people left, right, and center. Especially if it is not going to give you any operational payoffs.
Right, sir. Thank you so much for that perspective. These pictures really speak for themselves about the kind of support that the government in Tehran still has from the people of Iran, and coming out in huge numbers on the streets and giving a send-off, last send-off to Ali Larijani. Thank you, sir, General Bakshi, for joining us with that perspective. Moving on, by staying with the war against Iran has resulted in Tehran weaponizing the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has made it very clear that vessels of the US, Israel, and its allies will not be allowed to move across the narrow yet crucial water body. Despite America's efforts to destroy Iranian mine layer vessels, Tehran still maintains a chokehold on the area. This has resulted in energy and oil prices soaring across the world. After the United States allies denied Trump's coalition pitch, the US has now taken matters into its own hands again, striking at Iranian missile launch pads across the coastline of the region.
The US stands alone in its efforts to liberate the Strait of Hormuz from Iranian control. In its efforts to regain control of the region, CENTCOM said that the US Air Force had attacked Iranian missile sites along the coastline. The US struck the missile sites, some of which are underground, with deep penetrator bombs. The 5,000-pound bunker buster bombs cost approximately $288,000 each. Initially, Trump had sought the help of his allies and even China in forming a coalition to police the crucial waterway. Now, he says the US no longer needs or desires the help of the allies and that the US never did. He further claimed that the US has had such great military success. He also criticized the NATO, stating that the US spends billions of dollars protecting them, but said that nations would not reciprocate the efforts. He also expressed dissatisfaction over the fact that allies would not even do the least, which according to Trump is to send a couple of minesweepers. The US has dropped 2,200 kilogram bunker buster bombs on Iranian missile sites near the Strait of Hormuz that target Iranian anti-ship cruise missiles. However, the US would need to spend much more money and munition to ensure that the strait is completely out of Iranian control. Even in that case, keeping control of a waterway which is flanked on both sides by Iran and other Gulf nations is no easy task. It is day 19 of the US war against Iran, and an end to the conflict seems far away.
Okay, more breaking news. The United States and Israeli strikes against oil facilities in Fars province of Iran are being reported, as also Escalation region. These are fresh pictures of American and Israeli strikes at oil facilities. Remember, Iran said that while you do whatever you want to do, but do not damage infrastructure which directly affects people and can amount to an economic genocide, leading to people getting adversely affected. Iran has said that physical infrastructure or civil infrastructure should not be targeted, but still those strikes continuing, in this case at Fars and Alawiyev. Fresh pictures of the war zone and American and Israeli strikes deep inside Iran. Both sides hitting back, continuing to hit back at each other. It's not going down anytime soon, but we are slipping a short break. And coming up on the other side, our focus story, the insurgents in Myanmar and the mercenaries from Ukraine and the United States. An exclusive video of their training together.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दो ही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा। हो गया। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा। हो गया। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। तुम गाड़ी पूर्ण वाला। आधा घंटे का गाड़ी माता है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and the tensions in West Asia are continuing to escalate, with Iran now vowing to avenge the killing of Larijani. We're getting you all the details on that and a lot more. But first, here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Republic super exclusive. Republic accesses 8-minute training video of foreign mercenaries. Third Indian flagged a crude oil tanker Jug Ladki successfully arrives at Mundra port. Chief Minister Yumnam Khemchand Singh shrugs off from cameras as Republic asks him to comment regarding the arrest of 7 foreign nationals by the National Investigation Agency. In another big blow to Congress ahead of polls, former Assam Congress leader Pradyut Bordoloi joins BJP in presence of Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. Death toll in Palam fire rises to 9, including multiple children. Several are feared trapped. Rescue operations underway for the 5th hour. Iran rejects de-escalation, launches 60-second wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of security chief Ali Larijani. Viewers, now the National Investigation Agency has foiled a major terror plot in India just yesterday. And continuing with that, the NIA has now arrested a US national, Matthew Aaron Van Dyck, along with 6 Ukrainian citizens in an operation straight out of a film scene. Now, the arrests were carried out across 3 airports: Kolkata, where Van Dyck was apprehended, and Lucknow, and even Delhi, where the other Ukrainian nationals were arrested by the National Investigation Agency. Now, this comes as the agency has cracked down upon a major terror plot which has been foiled. Now, remember, a transnational terror plot, one of its kind that was seen in India. It could have turned fatal, but the NIA was able to nab the 7 foreign nationals in time. In fact, the National Investigation Agency arrested a US national, Matthew Aaron Van Dyck, along with 6 Ukrainian citizens in an operation, in a dramatic operation, in fact. Now, these arrests were carried out across 3 airports: Kolkata, Lucknow, and Delhi. Now, the US national specifically was apprehended at the Kolkata airport, and the other 6 Ukrainian nationals were apprehended from Lucknow and Delhi, respectively, by the National Investigation Agency. Now, claims have been made by the NIA as the investigation remains underway that there was a plot to cross the border through India's northeast into Myanmar. In fact, through Myanmar, passing through India's northeast to India as well. In fact, Republic has also accessed a 14-page court order of foreign mercenaries who've been arrested. It says that the mercenaries supplied weapons and they also trained insurgent groups and gave them terrorist hardware. Now, the mercenaries trained these groups across borders in both India and Myanmar. In fact, they were also in touch with terrorists and armed them with AK-47 rifles. That's the latest that we're learning in, and this information comes to us from a 14-page court order of the foreign mercenaries who've been arrested. Major accusations against them: drone training for rebel groups inside India. Now, remember, just as Manipur had begun to stabilize, this news came through. Another big move that has been foiled by the NIA, which could have resulted in huge turbulences across India's northeast. Now, remember, 7 foreign nationals that have been arrested, apprehended by the NIA. Investigation is underway. Now, also, the US government has given its first statement. They have said that they have taken full cognizance of 1 US citizen being arrested by the NIA in a terror plot against India. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian government has campaigned against India's move to secure its national interests. In fact, I'm also being joined by Major General A.K. Channa, the former ADG, to get us more details into the matter. Major General, thanks very much for speaking to Republic. I want to understand from you, a transnational terror plot. This is not what goes by the books ideally. This is not just Pakistan that we're looking at. This is transnational. Speak to us about, the growing fabric of terrorism, especially in the northeast now.
Thank you very much for having me on the show. And you see, this has been now happening for some time. You see the interference of certain powers into our neighborhood. You noticed what happened in Bangladesh a few months back. Pakistan, obviously, everybody knows. And now gradually there is an attempt to kind of stoke some kind of unrest and insurgency in Myanmar. It has been going on for a while now. So I guess there is an attempt to destabilize this region. And at this moment, probably all this is happening, by individuals who are really non-attributable to a particular nation or identity. This American gentleman who has been arrested, if you go back, he has actually a history of training insurgents and trying to create such unrest in various other geographies as well. So I guess this is something that the Indian agencies have been very live to, and this is activity that has been captured well in the bud, I guess, at this moment.
Right, sir. In fact, also speak to us about the porous borders that have allowed for this incident to actually unfold. We know that, the border security force is the first line of guard when it comes to borders, even with Myanmar for that matter. But this entire border remaining so porous, do you think that India needs to revise its, security standing when it comes to borders with Myanmar? We saw what unfolded in Manipur, and this was another plot which could have possibly caused a lot more turbulence in India's northeast.
So the borders with Myanmar, the Indian borders, they actually move across two districts of Arunachal, the whole of Nagaland, the whole of Manipur, and Mizoram also towards the down south.
Yeah.
All these borders are actually dictated by very harsh terrain. There are number of places through which people can cross, and it is literally very difficult to kind of, individually stop people. That is one of the reasons why this area has been always prone to free flow of weapons, etc.
Yeah.
Now that the Assam Rifles, which is responsible for border guarding in that area, has substantially kind of enlarged their scope. They have border guarding as well as the other internal security battalions specifically dedicated for this region. But despite all that, no matter how many, feet you put on the ground, the porosity remains.
Yeah.
In addition, there is also a free trade zone of 20 kilometers where they can freely come in, and that border trade goes on at certain designated points, which is also an area from where, this kind of activity can carry on.
Right. In fact, Major General A.K. Channa, requesting you to continue being with us. We're also being joined by our reporters who join us from Ground Zero. Now, Sarthak joins us from Delhi. We have Limphoi who's joining us from Imphal. And we also have Aniruddha with us on the broadcast who joins us live from Guwahati. Now, Limphoi, coming to you first. Speak to us about any state measures that have been spoken about. The fact that we're also going to talk about the mercenaries first who were apprehended by the National Investigation Agency. Now, let's take you through who these foreign mercenaries are who are under scanner. The first one, a US citizen, Matthew Van Dyke from Baltimore, who was arrested by the NIA. Now, he entered restricted areas inside Mizoram in India's northeast, crossing into Myanmar without any authorization, and also alleged engagement with insurgent-linked groups. In fact, he's also reportedly failed a CIA polygraph test in the past and allegedly denied multiple times by Iraqi forces any entry between 2008 and 2010. Now, this American citizen has also landed at the center of a major investigation by the Indian security agencies, with the National Investigation Agency arresting him alongside 6 Ukrainian nationals in a case that involves alleged drone warfare, training, in fact, illegal border crossings, and links to armed and rebel groups operating near India's northeast. Now, who exactly is Matthew Van Dyke? That's a question that's pertinent to ask. Not just a US citizen, he has a record of not being allowed in different countries over his criminality. In fact, also remember, the NIA says that he entered restricted areas inside multiple areas in India's northeast, including in Mizoram. In fact, he also crossed over to Myanmar without any authorization. And in fact, they've also alleged that he has engagement with insurgent-linked groups. In fact, he's reportedly failed a CIA polygraph test in the past as well, and was denied multiple entries by Iraqi forces between 2008 and 2010. And now finally, he's been nabbed inside the Indian borders by NIA. Now, Linthoy continues to join me live from Imphal. Linthoy, speak to us about the details of the matter. Speak to us about who these people are that have been apprehended by the NIA.
Absolutely. They are arrested by NIA for involving in the training of armed ethnic groups in Myanmar. So absolutely, this is where the story gets even more critical and raises serious concerns on the ground. While central agencies are also probing the foreign mercenary angle in the Manipur violence, what is equally important is that state authorities have maintained complete silence on this issue right now, especially when it comes to the movement across the Northeast Corridor, including routes via Mizoram into Myanmar. So now this is a crucial point because the India-Myanmar border, particularly along Manipur and Mizoram, is known to be the porous and difficult to monitor. So there are multiple informal crossing routes which have historically been used not just by civilians under the free movement regime, but also by insurgent groups. So many have been asking that to the authorities right now is how did these alleged foreign mercenaries manage to move across regions and possibly enter Myanmar through routes connected to Mizoram. So is this the case of security gaps along the border areas while monitoring and surveillance may not be strong enough, or is it linked to existing travel arrangement and movement permissions while may have been used or exploited? Because remember, the foreign movement regime, which also known as the FMR along the India-Myanmar border, allows people living in the border areas to travel up to a certain distance without a visa. So agencies are now likely examining whether such provisions were exploited by external actors or not. But at this point, security, state authorities and security agencies have not issued any official clarifications. There is no direct response on whether there was a breach, lapse, or misuse of border protocols. Back to you.
Right, Linthoy. In fact, we're also continuously being joined by Aniruddha live from Guwahati. Aniruddha, what is the latest that you have for us in this precarious case of the NIA nabbing 7 foreign nationals? Now, remember, a transnational terror plot that was foiled before it could cause any harm to India's national security. Aniruddha.
Yes, okay, so if you look into the developments that has taken place, these foreign nationals that have not only violated the law of India, but they have also violated the law of Myanmar. They have made unauthorized entry into the state of Mizoram as well, because whenever a foreign national visits Mizoram, protected area permit is required and it should be obtained from the Ministry of Home Affairs. However, these foreign nationals who went to Mizoram, who traveled to Mizoram, they clearly didn't obtain the PAP, which is very much essential while visiting several northeastern states. Like we also need the restricted area permit in Arunachal Pradesh and Nagaland. Likewise, in Mizoram, the protected area permit is required, which these foreign individuals had not obtained. After that, taking advantage of the porous Indo-Myanmar border, they crossed over into Myanmar, and there they gave training to the ethnic armed groups in Myanmar who have been fighting the military junta. And the training didn't was limited to training in sophisticated arms and ammunitions like AK-47s or other guns, but also training were provided on advanced drones, like military grade drones were made available to the ethnic armed groups, and they were also taught how to operate them. And the interesting part is some of the drones that were given in Myanmar also made its way into Manipur, and those were very much used in the ethnic conflict which was on in Manipur till of recent times. And we also witnessed that there has been a direct link, which you can say, between the visits of these mercenaries to India and Myanmar with the events that has occurred in Manipur. The increase of uses of drone towards 2024 and 25 clearly indicates that some of the elements of this supply mercenaries who have supplied arms and ammunition to Myanmar could have possibly also made its way into the Indian state of Manipur. So it clearly exposes how big a transnational terror nexus it was, and also at the same time it also underlines the very need of the securing and completely sealing the Indo-Myanmar border.
Right,
Yes,
Aniruddha. In fact, Sarthak continues to join us on the broadcast. But before we speak about that, viewers, let's also look at, the two videos that Republic has exclusively accessed of the mercenaries training ethnic armed groups inside Myanmar. Now, remember, Republic TV has not been able to verify the authenticity of these videos because they are from across the border, from an undisclosed location. But take a look at these two videos, one after the other. That's the first video and the second video on your screens right now. You can see this is called cordon and search operation inside buildings. Mercenaries being taught how to tackle bullets and shots being fired in building conditions. Now that's the first video that we're looking at of these mercenaries in an undisclosed locations, teaching what possibly looks like a cordon and search, or what looks like a way of surviving a cordon and search operation, rather. Now remember, this comes from possibly Myanmar, from an undisclosed locations. The video too actually shows you the scale, the number of people who are part of these rebel groups, these armed groups that are standing against India's national security fabric. Now the rifles laying bare in front of them, the AK-47s and the INSASs that are in front of the mercenaries, and possibly what looks like a person who is training them and teaching them about the weapon as everybody stands to take a look. Now, this tells you the scale at which these trainings were being conducted. Republic has exclusively found these footages of the training being conducted. Now, in fact, let's also listen in to the ambience of the sound that's ongoing in the video on your screens right now. Viewers, this is not a general terror plot. Now, I'm also being joined by Sarthak, who joins us live from New Delhi. Sarthak, we have seen these visuals. You have seen it. This is not a general terror plot. This is not two people training in one corner of the world with nobody getting to know. This looks like an entire regiment of rebels standing together, waiting to get trained. They're, in fact, also being trained in cordon and search. What are the other, all the other things that the NIA has said that they have all been accused of? These 7 foreign nationals, even as their governments continue to protect them? The US has just taken cognizance, but Ukrainian government has now started crying against the arrests that have been made inside India. Sarthak.
Yes, absolutely. These are the exclusive visuals that Republic has gained access to. Like always, being ahead of every other channel, Republic has exclusively gained access to these videos, which clearly tells us that these individuals were here for some shady purposes. They were here to train these insurgent groups in Myanmar. They were here to give them access to these military equipments, to these drones, and above that, they were also conducting these trainings to tell them how to use these drones in combat for modern warfare techniques. All of these things they were providing these insurgent groups, and it also develops a different angle if we look at it from that from that lens, that they are traveling from Europe, they are taking a route through India, through Mizoram, and then they are traveling to Myanmar. There is a huge possibility that they might be in touch with some insurgent groups here in India who are directly involved in creating some form of chaos inside the Indian borders. And on that particular reason, the court before the court of ASJ Prashant Sharma, these accused were presented 2 days ago by NIA. The arguments took place where NIA said that there is a huge deal of investigation that is still pending, that needs to be done. These 7 accused, out of which there is 1 US national, there are 6 Ukrainians who are involved in this case. They need to be investigated, questions need to be asked. There are total 40 people that NIA insinuates that they have entered India, and they have to be questioned on that ground.
Definitely, definitely. Thanks for bringing that to round for us. In fact, viewers, we have another breaking development that we're tracking at this hour related to the same case. Now, the Manipur Chief Minister, Yumnan Singh, has spoken on the foreign mercenaries who were arrested in India. Remember, Republic went after him, asking him to explain the government's stand, the state government's stand over the matter. However, he gave no reply to Republic, and now, finally, Manipur's Chief Minister Yumnan Singh has spoken about the foreign mercenaries who were arrested in India. 7 of them, 1 a US citizen and 6 others, Ukrainian citizens, who were arrested on the ground of terrorism and UAPA inside the Indian borders. Now remember, the Manipur Chief Minister has issued his first statement. Listen in. That's the Chief Minister being confronted.
Oh.
Sir, NIA arrested 7 foreigners, one American and 6 Ukrainians.
Yes. Yes, 3 arrested from Lucknow and 3 arrested from Delhi. And 1 from Calcutta. The American was arrested from Calcutta. They have been remanded for 11 days, and law will take its own course.
Sir, is there any official report that they have visited Manipur? Yes, sir.
In fact, we're continuously being joined by Major General A.K. Channa, who joins us live on the broadcast to get us more updates into the matter. Now, Major General Channa, I also want to understand from you the charges against these 7 foreign mercenaries. These are of UAPA. It's not easy to get out. It's unbailable, in fact. And this comes at a point when Ukraine has, in fact, said, that none of their citizens were involved in the terror plot, and there is no evidence with the National Investigation Agency to keep them in investigating terms. What do you have to say about that? Your first comment on this.
Look, there have been a number of breaches of law, both international as far as and Indian. First thing is that, as somebody mentioned, one of your reporters mentioned, there is something called the inner line permit, or the PAP, that it is called now. That particular thing, without that you cannot visit certain areas beyond, within the Indian geography as well. You have to take clearance from the Ministry of Home Affairs. So the fact that they've been going and, delivering certain military grade equipment as well as certain weapons across is a very major breach. India will never permit usage of its territory for, creating unrest or trying to inflict or support certain insurgent activities in its neighboring regions. In fact, if you notice, India has been very, very sensitive to it. We've twice carried out trans-border strikes into Myanmar in the past few years. One very recently, a few months back, And therefore, we maintain that no country's territory should be used to inflict any kind of terrorism across into another geography. And to that extent, that is one part where the other thing is, again, the lady from Imphal, she was telling that the border is very difficult and it is very porous. And there is a free movement regime that happens, and it's for a good this thing. We need to actually examine whether that particular provision, which is generally for the
and
good
also
of
the
local
fact,
people.
yes, and Major General, also the fact that you spoke about the 20-kilometer stretch which remains free for movement. In fact, I would request you to hold your thought there. It's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we're now going to unravel how Iran has rejected the de-escalation demands, launching 62nd wave of missile strikes against Israel. That and a lot more right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। नहीं तो तुम तो करा जी। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। हो गया। तुमचा कुणाल गिरा तो नीचे अजून गाडी पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे गाडी मागवा
Republic super exclusive accesses 8-minute training video of foreign mercenaries in Myanmar. Third Indian flag crude oil tanker Jaglatki successfully arrives at the Mundra port in Gujarat.
What's the stand for the government regarding the census? Any comment on these the areas of sudden foreign display by the NIA, sir?
Manipur CM Yumnam Khemchand Singh shrugs off from cameras as the Republic asks him to comment regarding the arrest of 7 foreign nationals by the NIA. In another big blow to Congress ahead of polls, former Assam leader Pradyut Bordoloi joins BJP in the presence of Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. Death toll in Palam fire rises to 9, including multiple children. Several are still fear-trapped. Rescue operations underway for the 7th hour. Iran rejects de-escalation, launches 62nd wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of Security Chief Ali Larijani. All right, welcome back, friends. Let's continue to focus on the situation in West Asia and the fact that the conflict seems to be intensifying rather than de-escalating, with both sides digging in. In fact, we have a very important guest joining us in this broadcast, Mr. Carl Bildt. He's former Prime Minister of Sweden. He's also co-chair of the European Council on Foreign Relations. Very good afternoon to you there, Mr. Bildt, for joining, and thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. Pleasure to be with you.
I've gone through some of your posts and the positions that you have taken, Mr. Bildt. You seem to be very clear that this is not Europe's war. Why?
This is distinctly not Europe's war. This is a war launched by, primarily by the Israelis, but they got the Americans along. I think if there is a European, or if there was a European option, it was, of course, for a diplomatic solution. Europe has been working on that for decades with fairly intense diplomacy with the Iranians and sometimes with the Americans, while war is hardly a solution to this problem.
Also, Mr. Bildt, President Trump is really not liking the European position. He wanted that some European nations, members of NATO, they should come forward and help the American presence militarily in terms of at least providing security for the merchant vessels and oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, which Europeans are not providing. President Trump is not liking your position.
No, he's somewhat dissatisfied. I think he's also fairly dissatisfied with the U.S. Navy, because I understand that he has asked the U.S. Navy several times to do it, and the U.S. Navy has said they can't do it, it's too risky. They can't guarantee the success. And when he got a no from the U.S. Navy, he turned to the Europeans. And the Europeans said that, okay, we can probably, when the fighting stops, if there is a need for some sort of stability operation, that can be contemplated. But to go into a war where we were never consulted, most Europeans think it's an unwise war that should not have been waged, and we have no control whatsoever of the way in which the war is fought. That is not something that European governments are going to contemplate.
Right. I mean, Mr. Bildt, we have heard from Chancellor Merz at various points in time, from President Macron, from the British did not allow the United States to use their bases in Diego Garcia. We have heard from the EU leadership, from Kaja Kallas. What you are suggesting or saying, can it be taken as a broader European position that no, this is not our war, this is America's war, they have to handle it and better end it soon?
Well, roughly. I would say if there is a European preference, is of course that we find some sort of off-ramp, ceasefire, de-escalation, call it whatever. But the risk is at the moment that this war goes on for quite some time, perhaps at the lower level, but it might escalate and it might broaden regionally as well. And then the negative effects on the region necessarily primarily, but on the global economy, be that India or be that Europe, is going to be quite significant. And that without really achieving any really substantial political aim from primarily from the US side. Israel might be different.
So if that be the case, then can Europe prevail? Do you have interlocutors with the White House, with Washington, D.C., and can Europe collectively prevail upon the Americans and the Trump White House to pull back at some stage?
At the moment, I don't think we should exaggerate the possibilities of doing that. I think there are there's plenty of people around in Washington who's trying to calm things down without any major success. I mean, this is now a war that is driven by Mr. Trump and a fairly limited set of associates. But I would guess that if you take the US security community, broadly speaking, they are not overly happy. And they are probably sending memos up to the White House all the time saying, let's look for an off-ramp. But so far, that doesn't seem to be the inclination of President Trump. He's a fairly volatile character, so it could be different tomorrow. But my guess is that it's going to be for quite some time. And then, of course, has to be said that in order to end conflict, it has to be 2 or 3 on that particular tango. And whether what there is of Iranian leadership is ready for de-escalation is, I think, perhaps even more doubtful at this particular time. And that complicates the situation further.
So that's, you have had a long life in diplomacy. You've been Prime Minister, you've been Foreign Minister, you have been with the EU leadership, you continue to be there in the European Council. That must be a very difficult position to be in, that the entire European leadership finds it so difficult to have a nice, normal, good dialogue with Washington. Well,
I'm not quite certain that Brussels in that sense is very different from Delhi. It is a fairly volatile administration in the US. It's somewhat difficult to predict exactly what they are doing the next step. We've seen that on quite a number of cases, be that Greenland or be that something else. But there is a persistent attempt. I mean, we had the German Chancellor over there a couple of days ago. We had the Irish Prime Minister there yesterday. There was a telephone call with President Macron. So the channels are clearly there, trying to bring the message, or the message being brought to the president. But so far, if you listen to him or his social media, he is more intent on escalation of different sorts. And so are probably, in all probability, what remains of leadership in Tehran, sorry to say.
Yeah, and you got it bang on, in fact, Mr. Prime Minister. On day one, in fact, because I'm going through some of the comments you made, you said that this will last for a significant period of time. And this is a major war, and it's a war with unclear background and unclear goals. You said this on day one, and now it comes out that the Americans perhaps thought, as it comes out of some Pentagon reports, that they would finish it off in 4 days. It's 20th day today. You got it so right.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate fact. We should have learned from history that it's far easier to start a war than to end a war. And I think ending this particular war will be difficult. First, I mean, you got unclarity, not clear what Washington is really up to. You got the Israelis who wants to pursue the war further. And you got an unclear situation in Tehran, where there is, I think, a likelihood that what remains of the leadership will be increasingly militant and increasingly intent on pursuing this particular defensive war, as they see it, as long as they can. So it is easy to be fairly pessimistic about the possibilities of an early end to the war, sorry to say.
Right. Just a couple of more questions before I let you go, Mr. Bildt. You also mentioned somewhere that if a collapse comes, what kind of collapse would it be in terms of the regime in Tehran? But there seems to be no collapse. So we have been looking at pictures coming in from Tehran today, for example, of people coming out in the streets mourning the loss of their security chief, Ali Larijani, who was eliminated by Israelis last evening. It seems that the government there, regime there is very strong. They have people's support. It's not collapsing. What happens next?
No, it's not collapsing as of yet, but it has its core strength. I mean, it's in all probability a deeply unpopular regime. I mean, its failure in terms of economic and social development is massive. But there's an ideological core to the regime and an ideological core to the support base of the regime, no question about that. And so far, they are holding. But of course, the question is what happens if we have, say we have 2 weeks of sustained Israeli bombings against more or less every police station in the country. I'm exaggerating somewhat for the argument. Then the possibilities for the regime to sort of control the country will start to deteriorate. And then we might go into chaos or possibly even civil war situations. Whether one thinks that is desirable or not, I think is highly questionable in my opinion. But from the Israeli point of view, that's clearly something that they are aiming at. I think the Americans, not to speak about the Gulf states and the neighborhood, including Europe, by the way, should be fairly concerned with that scenario.
Right. And while Europe has succeeded in one way by avoiding a 2003 Iraq kind of situation where they got sucked in, still the war is having its impact not just in the immediate geography but around the world in terms of energy prices, almost more than double now. And the cascading effects or ill effects, so to say, of any war that we are seeing. Mr. Bill, my last question, what's going to be the off-ramp, as the Americans say? Or as you mentioned in your joint statement when the last war happened, the 12-day war in June of 2025, that there has to be a swift exit strategy. Not swift anymore, but there has to be some exit strategy. Can Europe help?
I think Europe is trying to get that message across to Washington and as possible also to Tel Aviv, although that is somewhat more difficult. And lines of communication with Iran are difficult now. We don't really know how the leadership is and what possibilities there are for them to meet and have sort of coherent discussions, because there's a risk of them being taken out by bombing all the time. So at the moment, I find it somewhat difficult, sorry to say, to have a clear answer to your question, what the off-ramp should be. I think they are struggling in different capitals with finding one. I think it's difficult to find one at the moment. I think the more likely option, sorry to say, at the moment is that the conflict continues. Perhaps the intensity is somewhat reduced. I mean, there are problems with munitions and things like that will impact it. I see one of the American aircraft carriers will have to leave for a number of reasons. But at the same time, we see U.S. Marine Corps coming into the picture. But it could be a conflict that spreads also into terrorism and related issues for a prolonged period of time. That's the worst option, and I think, unfortunately, not unlikely.
Yeah, sounds pretty helpless, but that's the state of affairs for the rest of the world also. Thank you so much, Mr. Bill, for joining us with that perspective from Europe and Indian audience, of course, would appreciate that. Thank you so much. Right, staying with the war situation, Lebanon has come under intense Israeli bombardment with strikes hitting Beirut and southern regions, leaving multiple casualties and widespread destruction. Israel has also acknowledged striking a UN position in southern Lebanon because they believe Hezbollah use it as a shield. Here's a report.
Israeli airstrikes have hit multiple locations across Lebanon, including central Beirut and the southern regions. Flames and thick smoke rose from a residential building in Beirut's Zokak al-Blat after a fresh strike. The strike hit an apartment building, causing heavy damage in the area. Firefighters rushed in, battling the blaze as emergency teams secured the scene. Paramedics evacuated the wounded, carrying victims on stretchers to waiting ambulances. At least 12 people were killed and more than 40 injured in the attack, Damaged cars and shattered windows show the scale of the blast. The Israeli army has admitted that a tank fired upon a UN position in southern Lebanon, raising diplomatic concern. France's envoy says Lebanon cannot be expected to disarm Hezbollah while being under constant bombing. The fight between Israel and the Hezbollah, which escalated on the 2nd of March, has so far left over 900 people dead in Lebanon and over 1 million displaced. The Israeli Defense Forces said Brigade 300, operating under Division 146, carried out targeted raids in southern Lebanon as part of ongoing forward defensive activity. Over the past week, troops destroyed more than 80 sites described as being linked to Hezbollah and also targeted 2 individuals identified during operations in the area.
All right, coming out of war breakings, straight to pictures coming in from the BJP national headquarters in Delhi, the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg headquarters in New Delhi. These are pictures of the CEC, the Central Election Committee, which is presided by the party president, Nitin Naveen in this case, which also sees participation from top ministers, of course, including Prime Minister. You will have to see pictures, I believe, of earlier arrivals. Earlier we saw Mansukh Mandavia. Now it seems Bhupendra Yadav. More leaders arriving. Central Election Committee, remember, is the topmost body. Baijayant Jai Panda. Central Election Committee is the topmost decision-making body of the party when it comes to picking up candidates for elections. And we are in the midst of elections in 4 states and 1 union territory. BJP has already announced some candidates for each of these states, from Bengal to Kerala. Today, possibly, we will see some announcements made for the remaining seats in these states, as also Tamil Nadu and Assam and Puducherry. Himanta Biswa Sarma, Assam Chief Minister there, so obviously the decision today is to be on Assam. Just a while back, we had seen his pictures from Guwahati. Okay, we are still in a short break, but coming back with more details on the BJP Central Election Committee meeting taking place at the national headquarters of the party in Delhi. On the other side of a short break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा। हो गया। ठीक है ना, हम बात करेंगे भैया कहीं उधर से क्या हुआ? ठीक है ना भैया बोलेंगे आप करिए गाड़ी जा ही रहा है, कौन सा गाड़ी नहीं जा रहा है? गाड़ी तो 4 बजे निकला हुआ है, आप पता है लोग ये FFCCS मतलब फाउंड्री फॉर कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी। वहाँ लिखा हुआ है भैया ना।
Iranian military leadership decapitated. Can Iran overcome Larijani's loss? How long can Iran withstand? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। हो गया। तुमको कमाल गिरा दो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला, दादा को टका गाड़ी मार रहा है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं हम। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा। तुमचा कुणाल गेला तो नीचे अजून गाडीला पूर्ण होला त्याला गोटे का गाडी माकळा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching our special coverage on the war in West Asia. Now, viewers, on day 19, we're looking at Israel making big gains. Right after Ali Larijani and Gholam Reza Soleimani, Israel claims it has also killed Iran's intelligence minister. Now, on this special coverage, I'm also being joined by my colleague Rakshita Mishra.
Thank you so much, Ishta. And as the world is at war, we bring you all the latest updates from ground zero, from the impact of Ali Soleimani's and Ali Larijani and Soleimani's elimination to the latest wave of attacks that has been launched by Iran as it refuses to go to the negotiating table. It refuses ceasefire, saying nothing will deter Iran. We'll tell you more about what's happening in the latest and breaking news to follow. But first, quick check of the headlines.
Republic super exclusive. Republic accesses 8-minute training video of foreign mercenaries from Myanmar.
Press sources-based information states that foreign hands may be involved in the Manipur violence. Increased use of drones in Manipur coincides with the foreign mercenaries' visit.
We wanted for 11 days, and law will take its own course.
CM Yumnam Khemchan Singh reacts to the arrest of 7 foreign mercenaries across India, says the law will take its course.
Massive crowd throngs the Revolution Square in Tehran to pay final respects to senior leader Ali Larijani, assassinated in joint Israel-US airstrike.
Fresh reports state Iranian intelligence minister has been killed in Israeli strike. Defense Minister Katz also confirms the announcement in a press conference.
And Iran rejects de-escalation. Iran launches 62nd wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of security chief Ali Larijani. Ali Larijani, the National Security Council Secretary in Iran, was assassinated by the IDF. Larijani was one of the key figures in Iranian security apparatus. And after the killing of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, the Israeli forces took out Larijani in an overnight airstrike near Tehran. His assassination further depletes the Iranian reserves of experienced leaders. He was a very key figure as far as this security is concerned, coordinating amongst the defense forces was concerned. And he was a master at the back channel talks. There was a lot of reliability on him. And he, of course, becomes a very, very key figure that Iran has lost. What could be impact and how has Iran received that news? Here's more on that.
A massive state funeral procession was held for the Iranian security chief Ali Larijani and Basij commander Soleimani in Tehran earlier today. This comes after their deaths in an Israeli airstrike. Thousands of mourners gathered at the Revolution Square to protest the strikes amid high regional tensions and vows of retaliation.
עוצמת התקיפות באיראן עולה מדרגה. אנחנו בעיצומה של ישורת ההכרעה. אחרי הסיכולים העוצמתיים של בכירי המשטר, מנהיג איראן בפועל לאריג'אני וראש ארגון רצח בעם, הבסיג' סולימני, חוסל הלילה גם שר המודיעין האיראני חטיב, שהיה ממונה על מערך הרצח והדיכוי הפנימי של המשטר באיראן ועל קידום איומים חיצוניים מול ישראל ומדינות האזור.
Israel, in a defense address, confirmed the targeting and killing of Ali Larijani, Iran's national security chief, who Israel also terms as de facto Iranian leader. Larijani, a central figure in Iran's security and political system, is gone, raising questions about how the power structure will now be reshaped. Thousands gathered in Tehran for the funeral of the 4 top Iranian commanders killed in US-Israeli strikes, a political statement of defiance. Larijani was last seen at the Quds rally in Tehran, along with President Pezeshkian and Foreign Minister Araghchi. Israel conducted strikes targeting Quds Day rally in Tehran following the warnings. These visuals of Iran's security chief Larijani being put to rest are statement to US's failure of securing a regime topple in Iran. A sea of people marching right behind their leadership, mourning the assassination of Ali Larijani. The assassination has only made Iran's resolve stronger, with Tehran now vowing to avenge the killing of Larijani.
All right, viewers, on day 19 of the war in West Asia, we're looking at more and more powers coming out and taking part in this war explicitly. Now, on the Iranian side, Russia has come out not just in terms of providing support in the words, but also now providing drone technology and satellite imagery to help Tehran target US forces in the region. And at the same time, we're looking at Donald Trump essentially struggling to build a coalition from the US side. Now, let's take a look at the shifting geopolitical dynamics that's now underway as the war escalates.
Reports suggest that Russia has expanded intelligence sharing and military cooperation with Iran, providing satellite imagery and advanced drone technology to Tehran in targeting US forces in the region. The development comes amid the continuing West Asian conflict, which has already drawn several regional and global players into its orbit. The cooperation between Moscow and Tehran could significantly strengthen Iran's surveillance and strike capabilities, especially through improved drone targeting systems. Meanwhile, the United States appears to be facing growing hesitation from its traditional allies. Countries across Europe and Asia, including NATO partners and Japan, have shown reluctance to join Washington's proposed coalition to secure the Strait of Hormuz.
First, we will protect our people in the region. Second, while taking the necessary action to defend ourselves and our allies, we will not be drawn into the wider war. And third, we will keep working towards a swift resolution that brings security and stability back to the region and stops the Iranian threat to its neighbors.
Earlier, US President Donald Trump had urged allied nations to join a coalition to police the crucial Straits of Hormuz, one of the world's most vital shipping routes. But with several countries declining to participate, the US now appears to be recalibrating its position. The shift in rhetoric highlights growing tensions between Washington and its allies, even as geopolitical alignments in the region continue to evolve. With Russia appearing to back Iran and the United States struggling to consolidate support, the conflict is increasingly taking on the contours of a wider geopolitical contest. As the crisis deepens, questions remain over how global alliances will shape the next phase of the conflict.
So as Israeli Defense Forces expand its operations, they've released a video which shows members of the Hezbollah terrorist cell unloading weapons from a vehicle, from a car. They can be seen unloading assault rifles and RPGs along with a barrage of ammunition near the compound of what is supposed to be a Hezbollah base, after which the IDF launched an airstrike on that area. You can see those individuals that IDF claims are Hezbollah terrorists, and they were just moving out of that vehicle. And they conducted an airstrike right there, hitting that target. Terrorists, they say, they were armed with RPGs and they were eliminated. And that's a special footage that has been released by the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces.
And now, viewers, as we continue with our coverage of the defining war movements, the second video is about an Iranian port which was struck by US and Israeli drones. And you can see on your screen the smoke billowing out of this drone, port, in fact, which was struck by the US and Israeli drones conducted in the latest wave of attacks. A lot of smoke can be seen from the premises, in fact, billowing out as ships also pass along the waterway.
All right, we have another video that is how a car goes up in flames, supposedly by an Israeli airstrike. That's from southern Lebanon, city of Sidon, and it has been the target of Israeli and US airstrikes ever since the war began. You can see that that vehicle that's set ablaze because of airstrikes. IDF believes that many of the Hezbollah groups are operating from that area, and large parts of the city has already been reduced to rubble as Israel keeps striking parts of Lebanon in its bid to eliminate Hezbollah and its military facilities.
Now viewers are moving on to more visuals coming to light from Beirut in Lebanon. This is where IDF has been striking several targets, and now this is the video of an apartment building which was struck in the latest series of attacks. You can see the building in fact being demolished in the Israeli strikes. Now IDF says this is where Hezbollah members were in fact staying in this complex which was struck in the latest series of the attacks.
And in fact, the scenes of destruction continue in Lebanon, Ishita. This is a video that we're playing out, viewers. Aftermath of a building that was struck in the Zukak al-Blat area of Beirut in Lebanon. The IDF struck the building, believing that members of the Hezbollah took up residence in the building and that they were operating out of this area. So this is another building that you can see has been demolished in this strike conducted by the IDF. And this is from Lebanon's Beirut, the capital city.
Now, Rakshada, moving from Lebanon to Israel. Now, these are the visuals of the Ben Gurion airport coming under attack from Iranian drones. It was struck earlier today. In fact, there was an attack that took place at the international airport, and one can see the aftermath, how it was set on a massive fire, in fact, right after Iranian missile struck Ben Gurion airport in Israel.
Right. In fact, viewers, we continue to show you more and more reports from Ground Zero as we show you how Lebanon continues to be pounded by Israel. It is reeling under the Israeli bombardment, strikes hitting Beirut and southern regions that has left multiple casualties and widespread destruction in Lebanon. In fact, Israel has acknowledged that it has struck a UN position as well in southern Lebanon. All that, it says, is for eliminating the Hezbollah that has been joining Iran. That's an Iran-backed group, a Lebanese militant group that is in this war helping the Iranians out. Is more.
Israeli airstrikes have hit multiple locations across Lebanon, including central Beirut and the southern regions. Flames and thick smoke rose from a residential building in Beirut's Zukak al-Blat after a fresh strike. The strike hit an apartment building, causing heavy damage in the area. Firefighters rushed in, battling the blaze as emergency teams secured the scene. Paramedics evacuated the wounded, carrying victims on stretchers to waiting ambulances. At least 12 people were killed and more than 40 injured in the attack. Damaged cars and shattered windows show the scale of the blast. The Israeli army has admitted that a tank fired upon a UN position in southern Lebanon, raising diplomatic concern. France's envoy says Lebanon cannot be expected to disarm Hezbollah while being under constant bombing. The fight between Israel and the Hezbollah, which escalated on the 2nd of March, has so far left over 900 people dead in Lebanon and over 1 million displaced. The Israeli Defense Forces said Brigade 300, operating under Division 146, carried out targeted raids in southern Lebanon as part of ongoing forward defensive activity. Over the past week, troops destroyed more than 80 sites described as being linked to Hezbollah and also targeted 2 individuals identified during operations in the area.
Now, viewers, the war against Iran has resulted in Tehran weaponizing the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has made it pretty clear that vessels of the US, Israel and its allies will not be allowed to move across the narrow red crucial water body. Now, despite the US's efforts to destroy Iranian mine layer vessels, Tehran still maintains a pretty strong chokehold on the area. Now, this has resulted in energy and oil prices soaring across the world, and after US's allies denied Trump's coalition pitch, the US is now taking the matters into its own hands, striking at Iranian missiles stationed at the coastline of the region. Take a look at this detailed report.
The US stands alone in its efforts to liberate the Strait of Hormuz from Iranian control. In its efforts to regain control of the region, CENTCOM said that the US Air Force had attacked Iranian missile sites along the coastline. The US struck the missile sites, some of which are underground, with deep penetrator bombs. The 5,000-pound bunker buster bombs cost approximately $288,000 each. Initially, Trump had sought the help of his allies and even China in forming a coalition to police the crucial waterway. Now, he says the US no longer needs or desires the help of the allies and that the US never did. He further claimed that the US has had such great military success. He also criticized the NATO, stating that the US spends billions of dollars protecting them, but said that nations would not reciprocate the efforts. He also expressed dissatisfaction over the fact that allies would not even do the least, which according to Trump is to send a couple of minesweepers. The US has dropped 2,200 kilogram bunker buster bombs on Iranian missile sites near the Strait of Hormuz that target Iranian anti-ship cruise missiles. However, the US would need to spend much more money and munition to ensure that the strait is completely out of Iranian control. Even in that case, keeping control of a waterway which is flanked on both sides by Iran and other Gulf nations is no easy task. It is day 19 of the US war against Iran, and an end to the conflict seems far away.
All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now. 11 Indian ships have been halted due to the war in the Strait of Hormuz. Indian ships have been asked to halt, they have been asked to stop, and 2 of the vessels that have been stopped are carrying LPG. So 11 of these ships, there could be an escalation which has caused this stoppage. 11 of the Indian ships, we've seen that there have been back-to-back Indian vessels that have started to arrive at the Indian ports. But 11 of those, 11 Indian ships right now, as we speak, have been halted due to an escalation. So we understand it's for safety, or this is due to the escalation that these ships have been halted, and 2 of these 11 ships were carrying LPG. That is the breaking news we have right now. Important update coming in. And as the war, as the fighting escalates, 11 of the Indian ships have been halted. Many of the ships have been transiting through the Strait of Hormuz as Iran grants passage for more Indian vessels. But right now, due to escalation, we are told 11 of these ships, 2 of them carrying LPG, have been halted.
Now, viewers, we're looking at the situation escalating in the Strait of Hormuz. A major rift is also emerging within the Western alliance. Now, US President Donald Trump has launched a sharp attack on NATO allies, accusing them of refusing to support America's military operations against Iran. In a strongly worded statement, Trump said that most NATO countries have declined to get involved despite backing Washington's stance that Iran must not acquire nuclear weapons. Calling NATO a one-way street, Trump also questioned the alliance's relevance at this point, is saying that the US spends billions protecting its partners, but they receive little in support. Take a look at this report at how the rift is now widening within the NATO members as the war in West Asia escalates.
US President Donald Trump has lashed out at NATO, saying most allies have declined to support American military operations against Iran. In a strongly worded post on his Truth Social, Trump called NATO a one-way street, claiming the US spends billions protecting allies who failed to stand by it in times of need. He also asserted that the US does not need NATO's help, pointing to what he described as America's decisive military success against Iran.
Well, no, I just think that it's not good for a partnership when they say what you're doing is a great thing, but we're not going to help.
Trump's remarks come as several European nations, including France, have refused to join military operations, instead pushing for diplomacy. The reluctance stems from fears of a wider conflict and the risk to global energy supplies, especially with tensions escalating in the Strait of Hormuz. The latest comments highlight deepening cracks within the Western alliance as Iran conflict tests unity between the US and its traditional partners.
All right, we go back to some more visuals from the war zone. This one we're playing out is from Israel. Cluster munitions has posed a massive challenge to the Israelis. We've seen time and again, and now this video that we're playing out is from central Israel, where a cluster bomb is seen exploding. This has been a visual that has been constant throughout this conflict we've seen, and you can see this is one from the people on ground from central Israel. The cluster bomb explodes in the night sky and of course causes terror on ground, and we've seen that Iran has continued to target the central part of Israel with these cluster bombs. These are small bombs in a large quantity that are unleashed from Iran, and this is called cluster munition.
Now here's moving on to more defining visuals. The videos on your screen have been released by Iranian state media showing Iran military launching the 61st wave of missile attacks towards Israel. The attacks come right after Israel killed a senior Iranian leader, Ali Larijani, and Iran's besieged unit commander, Gholam Reza Soleimani, in targeted strikes. Now these visuals on your screen show Iran retaliating against Israel in the aftermath.
And now Dubai has also been hit hard from the Iranian side. The visuals we're showing you right now is from Dubai. Barrage of bombs over the skies of Dubai. Iran constantly targeting the country. That includes the airports, the oil terminals, as the new wave of strikes continue to target Dubai. In fact, what we have learned in the latest, there have been several injuries also as far as the strikes in Dubai is concerned. And this is one such video that shows you how Dubai continues to be a target of the Iranian forces.
Now, viewers, as Iran has a resolve to take a revenge for the killing of Ali Larijani, we're looking at more and more civilian areas coming under attack. Now, 2 people have been killed in Ramat Gan building complex in Tel Aviv, Israel. And this comes right after there was a missile launched by Iran, which has struck the residential building. Now, in these visuals, you can see the aftermath of the attack carried out by Iran on a residential complex.
Right. So we continue to show our viewers those visuals from the war zone, and all that matters to be known as far as this war is concerned. The world continues to be at war, and Republic TV continues with its continuous coverage and the updates from Ground Zero. Ishita.
Right, of course, our war coverage on the conflict in West Asia will continue on the other side as well. And thank you so much for watching our special coverage.
On the other side, we get you the big story that Republic TV, the first to bring you this story on the mercenaries who were at play, the global conspiracy that's at play in India's northeast. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be here with exclusive details at 7:30 p.m.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े. चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरी राजा
राजा और प्योर मसाला.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू नहीं का तुम तो करा जी आलू से नहीं होगा हो गया तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम फिर गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी मार रहा चला हो ठीक है ना हम बात करेंगे क्या हुआ ठीक है ना भैया बोलेंगे गाड़ी जा ही रहा है गाड़ी नहीं जा रहा है गाड़ी तो 4 बजे निकला हुआ है आप पता है लोग ये FFCCS मतलब फाउंड्री फॉर कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी
वहाँ लिखा हुआ है भैया ना
आज केवल है गाड़ी आ जाएगा अभी तो राकेश आया था हाँ राकेश आया था भाई भाई कोई दिक्कत नहीं यार तुम बाइक चलाना चला मुलाकात होती रहेगी हाँ बोला भाई भाई बाइक ले हमारा दोनों बाइक में कोई दिक्कत तो पीछे दिक्कत है यहाँ जो कोर कंपनी मेंबर है वो HEC के एम्प्लॉई हैं बाहरी व्यक्ति नहीं रहते हैं यहाँ पे बोलो 60 रुपये लाएगा 50 रुपये लाएगा करेगा
Very good evening, viewers. You're watching special coverage on the global conspiracy that has been unearthed in India's northeast. What has been doing Republic TV gets you what no one gets. The exclusive footage of how the mercenaries were being trained, how were they being trained, who all were there, and could there be a foreign hand in what happened in Manipur, the almost year-long violence in Manipur. I have with me my colleague Gesu, also in the studios, to get us more.
In fact, we're also going to be talking about what this entire racket means going forward, about terrorism cues in India, a transnational racket which has been unearthed in time by the National Investigation Agency. At least 7 nabbed, 1 US citizen and 6 Ukrainian citizens. Getting you all the details, but first here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Republic super exclusive. Republic accesses 8-minute training video of foreign mercenaries.
Fresh sources-based information states that foreign hands may be involved in the Manipur violence. Increased use of drones in Manipur coincides with foreign mercenaries' visit.
We've been remanded for 11 days and law will take its own course.
Chief Minister Yumnam Khemchand Singh reacts to the arrest of 7 foreign mercenaries across India, says the law will take its own course.
Massive crowd throngs the Revolution Square in Tehran to pay final respects to senior leader Ali Larijani, assassinated in a joint Israeli-US airstrike.
Fresh reports state that Iranian intelligence minister has been killed in an Israeli airstrike. Defense Minister Katz also confirmed this announcement in a press conference. Iran rejects de-escalation. Iran launches 62nd wave of missile strikes against Israel in revenge for the killing of security chief Ali Larijani.
Before we bring you the reports that we've gathered, there is breaking news we are getting in with regards to this conspiracy, viewers, on the Ukrainians nabbed across India. Now, as per the agency sources on Ukrainian nationals, contact was established with Ukrainian agencies at own level to check the background of the individuals arrested. All passports are valid, what has been found out. The Ukrainian passports issued through a proper channel. The dead drop method has been used in the conspiracy for reviving these groups against the government of India. One group is not aware of the entire chain in dead drop style of working. And the groups apprehended were only carrying out their allocated tasks. That's what we have learned from our sources. We're just quoting what the information has been given to us. Larger conspiracy has tentacles not only in Ukraine, but several small countries of eastern part of Europe. We have also gotten visuals of 3 of the Ukrainians who have been arrested. You can see the visuals. We'll just play that out for you. This is a plot that has been unearthed. It continues to be investigated by the NIA. But the dead drop method is now coming to the fore in order to revive the conspiracy. Gursimran Singh joins us live on the broadcast to get us more. Gursimran, tell us more about this detail we're getting in on how they got the entry and the passports, and what's this dead drop method that they've employed?
See, Rakshita, having spoken to the several officials in the agencies that are tracking this development, starting from the moment that tip was generated by a local police, what we are getting to know that all these Ukrainians, we are not speaking of the American national, the Ukrainian nationals, we are told that the agencies got in touch with the Ukrainian agencies. It was at their own level. It was not at the national level that they have approached, but at their own level, they spoke to the agencies of the Ukraine. And after speaking to the agencies, they got to know that all these passports, 7 passports, they are the valid passports. What we are getting to know that these passports have been issued over the time. 2 passports that start with the registration number FL, they belong to some person named Taras and Maxim. They are under scanner because there is a link between the 2 that the agencies suspect. Both of them have been arrested from the different places. One has been arrested at around 8 in the evening from the Delhi airport, while other has been arrested at around midnight from the Lucknow airport. Now coming to the dead drop conspiracy, what we are getting to know that they were working on the dead drop conspiracy. This conspiracy means that the handlers used to assign them a task only based on the requirement. That is, one group is only aware of the task that they have to carry out, and they are not aware of the second group that is operating for the same cause. So naturally, this shows that the large-scale conspiracy that is behind this is not known to any of the member of this group, though what we are speaking is only restricted to the Ukrainian national. The interrogation of the American national is still underway. There has not been much detail that has been shared with us regarding the investigation of the American nationals. But these Ukrainian nationals that are have the nationals, including those who have taken part in the conflict also, They are the ones who have been part of this dead drop module. This module has been revived, and also the tentacles of this entire conspiracy. This has not been limited only to the Ukraine. We are told that this spreads all along the Eastern Europe. Many of the smaller countries, we have not been told which countries, but we are told that there are smaller countries of the Eastern Europe from where this entire modus operandi was actually working. Because from here they were to go to the Kuala Lumpur. What was the main reason? Was this to actually avoid the scrutiny so that when their passports are scanned, they do not get a direct link, and it is a time consuming for the agencies. That was the plot that is being now worked upon by the agencies. But foremost thing is that all the passports that are with the agencies, we are told that they are valid passport issued by the Ukrainian authorities, and they are issued with all background checks. That is the process there in the Ukraine. We are also told that two passports, that is of Maxim and Taras, these are the two individuals. They have the same serial number, because many of the passports, they start with the serial number GM, FE, FL, FU, and FZ. These are the serial number, but FL is with the Maxim and the Terrace, and that is what is being investigated, whether these passports have been issued from the same area, whether these passports have been issued by the same issuing center. That is being investigated by the agencies, but a larger conspiracy is what agencies are saying, and they are telling us that this has been done using dead drop method, which clearly means that these individuals, they are just pawns, they are tip of the iceberg, and there is a larger conspiracy they were not aware of, Rachita.
Right, Gursimran, thanks for getting us those details. Now, viewers, keeping on to the story, 7 foreign nationals, 6 Ukrainians, and in fact 1 American have been arrested by the National Investigation Agency in coordinated operation across 3 airports, Kolkata, Delhi, and also now they are accused of trespassing restricted areas inside Mizoram and crossing into Myanmar without any permits on them, and also training ethnic armed groups while allegedly facilitating the supply of drone consignments from Europe to insurgent-linked networks inside Myanmar and India. Take a look at this.
The NIA states that 14 Ukrainian nationals entered India on tourist visas on separate dates. Investigators allege that 6 of them traveled to Guwahati and then proceeded to Mizoram without obtaining the mandatory restricted area permit. The agency further claims that the group later crossed into Myanmar without authorization. In what officials described as an extraordinary multi-city operation, the 6 Ukrainian nationals were arrested at Lucknow and Delhi airports. Ukrainians have been identified as Hurba Petro, Sliviak Taras, Ivan Sukmanovsky, Stefankiv Marian, Honcharuk Maxim, and Kaminsky Viktor. While an American national named Matthew Aaron Van Dyke was arrested at Kolkata airport by the Bureau of Immigration. Among those arrested Ukrainians is Marian Stefankiv. According to the document submitted in court, Stefankiv is associated with the Arata Volunteer Battalion and is originally from Ukraine's Lviv region. The NIA has stated that he joined Ukrainian forces in 2022 during the conflict with Russia. Court submissions also mention that he is reported to have links with Ukraine's main intelligence directorate, also known as GUR, and had a previous association with the Right Sector, a Ukrainian nationalist organization. In its remand papers, the NIA has told the court that during questioning, the Ukrainians admitted to conducting training sessions for Myanmar-based ethnic armed groups on more than one occasion. The agency claims these groups are known to have links with insurgent networks affecting India's security landscape. Investigators have also alleged that multiple consignment of drones were facilitated from Europe to networks operating through Mizoram and Myanmar. All 6 Ukrainians, along with 1 American national detained separately, were produced before a Delhi court. Their remand has now been extended till March 27. They have been arrested primarily under Section 18 of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. The NIA maintains that the investigation is at a crucial stage with digital evidence under examination and the alleged larger conspiracy still being mapped. The matter remains under judicial scrutiny, and further developments are expected as the agency continues its probe.
Also joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Aniruddha, live from Guwahati. Aniruddha, speak to us about the details of the matter. A transnational terror network that has, been foiled by the NIA. And not just that, it's also said that these groups, smaller groups, had no links to each other. And there is a larger conspirator at the top of this entire chain. And how their warfare has now completely become modernized. Aniruddha.
Well, Kesu, if we look into this entire matter, it is just the tip of an iceberg, to be very honest, because ever since the military junta came into power in Myanmar, there have been